In addition to helping theists, we are also currently accepting all good evidence for ghosts, goblins, gods, demons, monsters, cryptids, supernatural, immaterial, and other imaginary things. Does that sound good?
Yeah, I'm just going to read everything out here, if that's okay. I'll let you start, and then I'll go ahead and read everything out. Does that sound
no,
good?
no. I was just reading the announcement I'm about to post. I was just making sure that announcement sounded good.
Oh, the announcement sounds great. And I got to start the stage now. So
Yep. I'm going to start the event right now. And I'm pulling up Amy.
Great. I just did that.
Oh, cool.
I got to start this, so I need some silence. Good morning, everyone. Happy 2024 New Year. This is the first episode of our 2024 season. Thank you for joining us. As usual, the Theist Helpline has friendly and helpful hosts, who I'm going to begin by listing in alphabetical order. Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love, is a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord administrator who enjoys long walks through evolutionary-inspired, biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton, it's all in the reflexes, is a self-described middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He is a deist and is mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort of his genuine lazy-boy chair. And I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, Canada, and I advocate for the equality and normalization of people who don't believe in deities, that's goddesses and gods, which entails advocating for fair justice, freedom, critical thinking, and so on. I'm also the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, one of the sponsors of this show, and we're a national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects of Canadian society. Taco is the visionary organizer of the Atheist Helpline. He's a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. T-Jump, Tom Jump, is the founder of an atheist church called the Church of the Best Possible World, which is based on his model of objective morality. It has the goal of doing what Abrahamic churches should be doing but are not, helping people by providing affordable housing. You can find links to all of our organizations and whatnot on the Theist Helpline website at www.theisthelpline.com. And one more thing, a very special thank you goes to our other sponsor, the Politics Discord, who make it possible for us to have these wonderful stages with these wonderful audiences. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Amy, Taco, or T-Jump, did you have anything new to add before we start our program?
Just thought that it was a great year. Looking forward to the new one. And as I often say, Randolph, I know this is the year. This is the podcast that we're going to be convinced.
I always enjoy your optimism, Amy. Thank you very much. So we have one person who wanted to join us here. Grim, if you still want to join us, feel free to join us on stage. Otherwise, Taco, what you were saying earlier about the announcement, if you'd like to read it out, that would be fantastic.
Oh, yeah. Works. Yeah, so if anybody wants to come up here, feel free to raise your hand. It's an open stage right now. Obviously, we're here to help anybody that wants the assistance. But he wants me to read the announcement, I guess. The Theist Helpline is now live. Our distinguished speakers have taken some time out of their week once again to help theists work through their theism. In addition to helping theists, we are currently accepting all good evidence for ghosts, goblins, gods, demons, monsters, cryptids, supernatural, immaterial, and other imaginary things. I should say seemingly imaginary things. My bad.
It depends who you're talking to. Cryptids, there's a term I haven't heard for a while.
I love cryptid. They're so fun. I have so many pictures of cryptids. Like, if somebody could convince me cryptids were real, that would be so dope. Like, right now, I could start spamming photos of like pterodactyls and stuff in chat. You have no idea. Anyways, um, anybody that thinks they can either convince us God exists or just wants help working through the theism or whatever's going on, feel free to raise your hand.
You know, it's interesting with the Christmas holidays that so many theists seem to think, well, Christians in particular, seem to think that it is a Christian holiday. Um, I celebrate it with my family, but there's no Christianity in any of it. We have our Christmas tree, which is part of a different tradition, not a Christian one. The Christians have taken and tried to make it their own, but I would say that they've not been totally successful at that. They've convinced many people that that's the case, but it is we're in a multicultural world, and there is. The nice thing about Christmas is it takes a number of things from different cultures and points in history that make it such a wonderful time of year for whole families and friends to get together and also get some time off of work, which is usually much needed just before the turn of the year. So we're very happy to be able to do all of this stuff. I have seen a few clip arts over the year where they show Santa Claus wearing a crucifix around his neck, like many Christians do. But the vast majority of the art, it's just not part of it, and it's because it's just not part of Santa Claus's image. I don't consider that to be. I consider that to be just a nonsense thing, just like you see some nonsense art from time to time, especially with memes on the internet and whatnot. I don't know. Did any of you celebrate the Christmas time as well with your family and friends?
Not only do I agree with you, Randolph, if I could just quote the Bible for a second in Jeremiah 10:3-4 of the King James Version, for the customs of the people are in vain. For one cutteth a tree out of the forest, they work of the hands of the workmen with the axe. They deck it with silver and with gold, they fasten it with nails and with hammers, that it move not. And so they've kind of absorbed a pagan tradition. And so I kind of like that the Christ has been slowly but surely taken out of Christmas.
Which verse and chapter was that again?
That was Jeremiah 10:3-4. Very specifically, the Old Testament says you should not cut down and decorate a tree. Now, the Christians will say, well, that was the Old Testament, but that's kind of what they do with everything.
Wow, that's interesting. I have, for me, when I was a kid, I remember we cut down Christmas trees, but a few times, quite a few times, my parents did, and it was just the thing that happened. But for myself now, I have this Christmas tree that I bought at a national a national chain, national company, a nationwide company in Canada here called Canadian Tire. They sell more than tires. They have an automotive department, but they're like a hardware store. They sell a lot of different hardware and whatnot. So we bought a Christmas tree. I remember we still have the receipt taped to the box, and as I was putting it away yesterday, I just looking at it. It's $88 it cost because it was on sale. A 42-inch high tree has the lights already into it, so all you have to do is plug it in after you set it up, and it lights up. And so the kids decorate it and everything. But I've probably had this tree for over 12 years now, and it's been great. I'm not cutting down trees. I've had artificial Christmas trees before that as well, but it's sometimes people walk in, they think it looks real. Some of these artificial trees, they look amazing.
That's a good deal.
And it's Canadian dollars I'm talking. So is anybody here interested in telling us why you think Christmas is a religious tradition, or did you want to try to convince us that your goddess or god is real? Please feel free to join us. I see Daniel Bang is...
So I invited up Daniel Bang, but I think he got dogpiled by Jail and Peter last time he was up here, so let's just make a concerted effort to try to go one at a time, okay?
Hey, Daniel Bang, good morning and welcome to our show. Thank you for joining us. What's on your mind, sir?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Um, are all evidence are all evidences empirical?
Not necessarily. I think some of them can just be purely logical. So it depends, right? So, or it could be completely mathematical. You could use math to explain it, I suppose, depending on what it is you want evidence of.
So can there be logical evidence for God?
Okay, so people have attempted to use logic to prove something that actually is empirical. So you could try to do that, but then if there is some empirical aspect of the claim, then you're probably going to need some empirical evidence for that as well. But what is? Do you have a certain claim in mind?
I'm not sure. Was that a yes?
That was indeed his version of yes.
I want to hear it from him.
Oh, that's okay. I'll go along with what Amy said. For the most part, I would say it's a yes. Most of the claims seem to be involving empirical things, aspects of reality. So I would say in that case, yes.
My question was about logical proofs for God.
Oh, okay. So, well, we can try to entertain it. If it convinces us, then you'll have succeeded. So, did you have a particular claim in mind?
Or whether it convinces you or not is independent of whether it is a valid argument.
Sure. This Theist Helpline, one of the focal points is trying to convince people that the deity is real. So I'm guessing you have some kind of logical argument for God existing or a goddess.
Well, I can demonstrate that any other worldview other than the Orthodox Christian worldview is self-defeating and leads to a impossibility of knowledge, metaphysics, and ethics.
Sure. Okay. Did you want to start with that? Please feel free.
I assume you're in a materialist.
We're all atheists here.
You're materialist, right?
Well, it seems to be the case that that the whole of reality is comprised of material. You can get down into quantum waves and whatnot too. That's another aspect of the behavior of material. But generally, I'm not seeing anything supernatural. I haven't seen any evidence for supernatural things that aren't material. There seems to, over time, always be a better explanation for how things work as we learn more about reality, usually through scientific endeavors, for the most part.
So is there only the material?
Is sorry, I didn't quite understand what you said. Is what material?
Is all that exists matter?
Matter is material. That's normally kind of assumed by everybody. It seems to be the case.
I'm not sure. Are you saying that everything is matter, or is there something that's not matter?
Well, I did mention that there are waveforms and whatnot as well. So you could say that radio waves are not material, but we use material to measure them, and so we know for certain that those are real.
They are not supernatural, right?
Not as far as I can tell. No, we know how to generate waves, such as radio waves, for example.
Okay, so that worldview is impossible because knowledge would be just a deterministic chemical reaction, and you would not be able to have a mechanism to distinguish false chemical reactions with correct chemical reactions, or it would even be a category error to speak of a chemical reaction as correct. They they are neither correct nor incorrect. They are simply reactions. So that's an impossible worldview.
So you mentioned correct chemical reactions versus incorrect, and being able to discern between them. Um, are you saying that it's not possible for us to determine that that's the case, or am I not quite understanding you?
Well, it's actually worse. So there is actually no you, because the you you're referring to is simply chemical reactions inside of the brain. So that's, you can't even account for the identity. You can't account for a self existence. Plus, you can't have knowledge.
Well, neuroscience is not my field, but my understanding is that neuroscience is getting closer and closer to having better explanations for how the brain works. Granted, there are still things we don't understand about the brain, but this doesn't justify a default presumption of it being from a deity, for example, because we have a lot more evidence for the human brain than we do for a deity. And so there sometimes people like to delve into free will, into these kinds of conversations. I don't know if you're planning to do that or not. That's up to you. And in such cases, I would say I definitely lean heavily toward free will being part of reality. I can't, for example, rule out the possibility of a free will particle that exists in every person's brain, at least one, and that helps to make this happen. Or perhaps there's some other explanation that neuroscience will bring to us at some point. Again, I'm not an authority on neuroscience, so I can't speak about neuroscience in any authoritative manner here.
Well, that's not neuroscience. That's just philosophy of mind. It's just logic. It's nothing to do with science. Just
No.
if you're determined to believe something, and any justification you give for that belief is also determined, you could never get out of the circle that anything you say is just determined. So there is actually no you, and there is no way to delineate between false determined things and correct determined things.
That's wrong. It doesn't matter if you're determined. If I'm determined to believe 1 + 1 = 2, I still have a justified true belief 1 + 1 = 2. It doesn't matter
How
if
do
you're
you know
determined
you're
or not.
determined to believe it?
It doesn't matter. I could be determined or not. It's irrelevant. I still have knowledge.
No, because you can't know that you know.
No, that's wrong. You don't need to know that you know. That's wrong. A knowledge is a justified true belief. If I have a justified true belief, I have knowledge. That's all you need. You don't have a justified true belief that you have a justified true belief. This know that you know garbage is irrelevant. It's not a thing in philosophy. Knowledge is a justified true belief. Whether you know that you know is just garbage.
Okay, if you are determined, how are you justified? Is a stone
Justification
a
can
stone
happen from lots
justify
of
something when it
ways.
falls down?
Yes, justification can happen in lots of ways. Justification can come from experience. It can come from determination. It can come from correspondence to reality. It can come from lots of things. There's no problem there. You can be justified while being determined. That's perfectly fine. There's no contradiction there. If I'm determined to believe that a rock will
that would
fall
be
because
just
I've seen
question
it
begging.
fall, I'm
So,
justified. No, there's not question begging. That's stupid.
so if I
Question
ask
begging
you,
is when a premise is in the conclusion. There's no premise in the conclusion of anything I just said. If I'm justified to believe, or if I am determined to believe 1 + 1 = 2, because I've seen one rock and another rock, oh, look, that's 2 rocks. And if I was determined to believe that, it's still justified. It makes no difference. Literally irrelevant. Like these theists are kind of confused that they think if something's determined, well, that just invalidates it from being knowledge. Like, no, learn basic philosophy. It doesn't matter if it's determined or not. It's irrelevant. If it's random, it's still knowledge. If it's determined, it's still knowledge. It makes no difference. Knowledge is irrelevant to whether or not something is determined or random.
So if there was an evil scientist controlling all your beliefs and making you believe
Then they
only
could
false
still be
things,
independently
would that be
justified or not.
would that be knowledge?
It could still be justified or not. So if a scientist was controlling my brain and made me believe 1 + 1 = 2, and it's true in reality that 1 + 1 = 2, then yes, it would still be knowledge. It makes no difference what is causing your beliefs in your brain. If it was a sky daddy, an invisible sky daddy named God who gave you a belief 1 + 1 = 2, it would be knowledge. And if it was a scientist who gave you a belief that 1 + 1 = 2, it would be knowledge. Knowledge isn't about how the belief got there. It doesn't matter how the belief got there. What matters is if the belief is justified based off of correspondence reality and if the belief is true. How the belief got there is irrelevant. Literally doesn't matter.
So the thing is, you cannot know whether the belief is true. That's my point.
Doesn't make a difference. It's irrelevant. You don't need to
If
know
there
if it's
was,
true.
if God, let's say God gives you a true belief, sure, you might have a true belief, but
Nope, because you
you
couldn't
cannot
know if
know
you
that.
couldn't know it. You could never know it. So,
If-
because God could just be lying to you and you wouldn't be able to tell. So you would never know it. But it doesn't make a difference. You don't need to know something is true in reality to have knowledge. You just need a justification. So again, this is just Theist not understanding how
Any,
justified true belief works. The
so
true part,
that's just
stop talking. The true part in a justified true belief isn't something you know. The true part is, does it correspond to reality? The justified part is what you know. You know the justified part. You don't know the true part. You don't need to know the true part. It's irrelevant. All you need to know is the justified part. If you know the justified part, that's it. That's all of your knowledge. The true part is if it's true in reality. Doesn't matter if you know that part. That part doesn't matter.
so when you give a justification, it would be just another knowledge claim. That would be just pushing the problem back a step.
No, that would not be pushing the problem back a step. A justification is like an experience or reason to believe that the thing is true. That's it. Does not push the problem back anywhere.
Just because the claim that you are justified is just as much determined, so you're pushing back the problem a step.
It doesn't make a difference if it's determined. Again, you're still stuck on this determined thing and you just don't understand it. It doesn't matter if you're determined or not. If I'm determined to believe a justification and it's correct, I still have knowledge. It makes no difference if it's determined or not. It's irrelevant. Again, only dumb theists think that
My point is, you can know whether it is correct.
Again, I've already told you that that is wrong. You don't understand the topic. It does not matter if you are determined or not, and it does not matter if you know that you know. Those are stupid arguments that don't correspond to philosophy. Literally what you said does not make sense in the field of philosophy. Those terms are stupid and do not work in philosophy. So what you said is gibberish from people who are amateurs who don't understand what the terms mean and don't understand how knowledge works. Knowledge is a justified true belief. It doesn't matter if my justification is determined. If it's true in reality, whether or not I know it, and I'm determined to believe it, and I'm determined to believe the justification, and the justification is correct, I still have knowledge. It makes zero difference. Your whole argument of being determined is just you don't understand how knowledge works. That's it. Doesn't matter if it's determined. It's literally irrelevant. It makes no difference in philosophy how you got the belief.
So you're saying all your beliefs are determined, but for you, it's just a coincidence that
No,
for you it's
literally none
determined
of
that
what
you
you just
believe
said
for the
came out of
correct.
my mouth. Literally nothing you said. So I said it does not matter how you got the belief. If I was shocked by an electrode and I got the belief the world is round, and I got that belief because the electrode caused me to believe that there is gravity and gravity causes things to compress, that would be a justified true belief. It makes no difference how I got the belief. It's stupid. It's literally a stupid argument that theists make, that you think, oh, well, you're determined to believe the world is round, therefore it's not knowledge. It's still knowledge because it's still true.
Daniel, can I
Even
actually
that,
ask?
just
You said,
just asserting that
but you said
you
all
can achieve your
non-God
justification on
worldviews,
knowledge is possible.
because I feel like that's gonna go in a circle. Because I agree with T-Jump. And so, like, I just want to know, you said all non-God worldviews are self-defeating. But do you have a God worldview that is not self-defeating?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what that is?
Orthodox Christianity.
Just Christianity in general, a specific brand, a denomination?
Orthodox Christianity.
Okay, how did you know that Orthodox Christianity was true?
By comparison of worldviews.
Comparing worldviews like other forms of Christianity, materialism?
Yeah, everyone.
I guess I would just like to push a little bit. What is it about Orthodox Christianity that is true to you?
Well, it's not what's true to me is that it's the only worldview that can give an account for the necessary categories, the categories that are necessary for knowledge, like laws of logic and the identity over time and the existence of a self. All those kinds of things are justified and make sense. In a materialistic worldview, those things are impossible. So that's
But
why materialism is false. And when it comes to the other Christian sects, they all have theological problems that ultimately lead to contradictions. So, but you're not Christian, so there's no point to talk about that.
but the laws of logic are tautologies. And so what about Orthodox Christianity supports the laws of logic or seems to suggest they were created by them?
Logic is a reflection of the divine mind. It's one of God's energies. So that's actually unity Orthodox Christianity. Um, but the created logic we experience is analogous to the uncreated logic that is God's energy. So there is a created aspect to logic, but um, ultimately God transcends logic, but he isn't opposed to logic.
That sounds very odd to me because it would almost mean that he used a system that was pre-logic to create logic.
No, the logic we experience in the created world. So that's analogous to the uncreated logic that is God's energy. But what did you say again?
Well, it's just odd because logic is what we use to make sense of the world, and it would be something non-logical forming logic.
No, I said God transcends logic, but he doesn't contradict logic. He is
What,
logical, you could say.
what does it mean to transcend logic?
It means he's beyond it. He's he's in it. He's through it. He's beyond it.
See, but energy to do work in physics normally follows logic, and to transcend logic almost seems to suggest to me that it is illogical.
No, that's a false presupposition.
I mean, I think you have some false presuppositions. I look at things like a divine mind. I don't know why you believe in that.
I already told you because it's the only worldview that gives an account for knowledge, for metaphysics and ethics.
Well, I think we get knowledge mostly from our brains. And like T Jump was saying, it's really in philosophy defined as a justified true belief.
Or you can't appeal to your brain because anytime you appeal to your brain, you use your brain. So that's a circular.
Again, that's just you being an idiot. So if I'm determined to believe 1 + 1 = 2, am I right?
If you're if you in your entirety are determined, there is no you. So no.
Answer the question. If I'm determined to believe 1 + 1 = 2, am I right?
The question assumes that there is an
No,
I.
there is an I. I am literally all the things that
You
make up me.
just met
There's
with
no
one
assume there.
and there
Stop
is
talking.
no
Stop
I.
talking. Stop talking. I am me. I have a direct experience right now. There is an I. Proven. Debunked. Now, I am determined to believe 1 + 1 = 2. Am I right or wrong?
Direct experience is something
Stop
that is a
deflecting the
certain value
question,
that you can
kiddo.
prove.
Kiddo, answer the question. If I'm determined to believe 1 + 1 = 2, am I right? There is a me. That's proven. I just proved it. You don't get to deflect anymore. That was been debunked. So now answer the
You
question.
didn't prove it.
I literally did. I have
You
an
didn't prove it.
experience. I exist. I'm
I'm not
determined
gonna
to believe 1
grant you
+
that.
We're going to kick you off the stage if you don't answer the question. This question debunks your entire worldview and proves you're a dumbass. So you have to answer it or you have to get gone. It's that simple. If I'm determined to believe 1 + 1 = 2, am I wrong? No, I'm right. That means you can be determined and have knowledge. Therefore, precepts are idiots. You're done.
No, that's still circular because any justification
You're
would be
done.
just
You're
another
done. You
excuse.
idiot. You're done. Circular means there's a premise in the conclusion. Which premise is in the conclusion of if I'm determined to believe 1 + 1 = 2, am I wrong? Which premise? Which premise is in the conclusion? There isn't one because it's not an argument. You're a dumbass.
There wasn't an argument. That was a question. It wasn't an argument.
That's right. It was a question. It means it can't be circular. You're a dumbass.
It's circular to say that you have knowledge because
I didn't say
you're
I had
determined
knowledge.
to
I
have
said,
knowledge.
I asked you a question. If I'm determined to believe 1 + 1 = 2, am I wrong? That's a question. You have to answer the question. I didn't make an argument. You have to answer the question. It can't be circular.
Your question, I'm not going to grant you that there is an I in your worldview.
Again, you're done. Let's move on. This guy, I've debunked this guy's worldview. He's over.
Well, thank you for coming up, Daniel. We appreciate your time. You have a good one, man. You have anything else you'd like to say? Okay, that works. Yeah. We do have an open stage again, so if anybody would like to come up and chat with the panel, feel free to raise your hand.
There was somebody raising empirical evidence in the live chat as well. So I posted on our YouTube channel a poll about 5 minutes ago. What's more reliable? Empirical evidence, logical evidence, both empirical and logical, or other? And logical and other both got 0 votes. Oh, wait a sec, that's just changed. Okay, so empirical evidence has 73% right now, logical evidence 9%, and both has 18%. Other is just at 0. I'll let you know once the poll is over where we're at.
This guy raised his hand.
Let me get him pulled up.
Hello, it was on time. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, he has to accept the invite.
There we go. How are you today?
I'm alive.
Every day
that's
above ground. Good day.
That
That's
could
a
be a
big
good thing.
positive, man.
Well, it can be, but it can also be a negative depending on where you are and when you are.
That's me
true, too.
avoiding telling you that I'm bad. Because I'm telling you I'm alive. So it's like, don't worry about it.
Yep.
But why do we need to prove this? Because like, in my understanding, it's not like a measurable thing, even if it was a thing. So like, we can't prove it, right? Even if it is a thing.
Do you think that we should not have to prove everything, especially when it comes to things that people are relying on to make important decisions in their lives?
Not all of them. Yeah, some of them you just gotta make your best guess, right?
Sure, but you know, if there's a deity that comes along and tells somebody to kill their own kid, like the story with Abraham in the Christian religion, wouldn't it be prudent to find out if the one giving the order actually does exist and actually does have the authority that people think that he has?
I don't think that's provable. I just don't think it's possible to prove.
So in that case, I would think that it's better to disregard such a command from them, such an edict.
Yeah, I'd disregard commands, but I would still think about like things that I couldn't prove or ever know. Right? I'd still wonder about these things, right?
Well, wondering about it is one thing, but some people do act on this stuff. They think that they're convinced somehow that their God is real, and whatever their God commands, they should do. Like I've spoken with many religious people, and it's not just Christians; people from other religions too. They say that they're all powerful and all knowing God. No matter what they command, they would do it. Just because they know that God has their best interests at heart, or whatever their justification is. And for me, if something's giving me a command, I'm probably like, if I'm imagining it, I'm going to go talk to my family physician and say, hey, I'm hearing this voice telling me this. What do I need? Do I need to get checked out by a psychiatrist? Do I need to get a blood test? Do I need some medication? I got too much stress. I'm not handling it well. Help me out here. And my doctor will know what to do to get me in the right path. To figure out whether this is the real thing or not. Again, there are this God is claimed to have done a lot of miraculous things, but we don't seem to have any actual evidence that this is done by this God or that these things actually happened. So when people are making extraordinary claims, there's a sufficient amount of evidence that I'm going to want to know for certain that this is actually part of reality and not just some story that's made up, particularly if these kinds of ideas from this supposed God are supposed to be guiding our lives somehow. Then I want to know for certain that it's real. It sounds like you have a different standard than I do, though, on this.
Yeah, like if it was a thing, you wouldn't be able to know if it was real. Like you just wouldn't. And like if you did know that it was real, it would defeat the whole purpose because you'd be doing it because you thought it was real instead of doing it to be good.
Two things there. One, yeah, you could know it was real just fine. Like evidence would be perfectly fine to know it's real. And secondly, knowing it's real wouldn't determine you to act because it's real. Like demons,
There's no evidence.
well, there could be. Evidence is possible. So like God could come down and say, "Hey, how's it going? Let me just transform some stuff into gold for you or whatever." That'd be good evidence. But the second thing you said was that if we knew,
That
we
would be
would.
aliens, bro.
That doesn't invalidate that it would still be evidence. Like I don't think you understand how evidence works. But
I mean, if that
stop
happened,
talking.
you
Stop talking.
guys would call it aliens.
Stop talking. So the second thing you
I
said was,
would.
if we knew God existed, everything we would be doing would be because He existed, or because we knew He existed.
I came here to speak, not to listen to you fucking waffle, dude.
Stop talking. So his second argument was that if we knew God existed, anything we would do would be because we knew He existed, which would defeat the point. That's false. There are, even in the Bible, things know God exists, like demons, but don't act in accordance to Christianity. Therefore, his second argument was stupid because you couldn't, even in the Bible, God exists and don't act in accordance to God.
And if I could just add on to that, I don't know, first of all, how he has deduced that it is impossible to know that a God does not exist. I mean, I make some claims on deities that I think do not exist, but it's taken quite a while to get there. And so I would love to know what his methodology is. And then the other thing is, if it's not possible to know a God exists, then by definition, shouldn't we not believe? And he should just be on our side trying to figure out why these people do believe?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment real quick, if that's okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So if it's impossible to tell if something does or doesn't exist, that would be indistinguishable from imagination, and what Amy was saying would be correct, I think, right? Wouldn't it be unjustified in every case for everyone to hold that belief?
Exactly.
Well,
Hey, Genghis Khan.
it would be unjustified for those who don't have actual evidence to support it. So,
well, he said everybody would have no evidence, right? So wouldn't that make his belief unjustified?
Oh, in that case, yes, because that qualifier is there. Yeah.
Yes,
That
his belief
clarifies
was
it, yeah.
unjustified.
So
That's
yeah,
okay.
and I'll just make a quick comment that that previous guest left in a bit of a huff. They obviously weren't too happy. If you listen back to the conversation when I was interacting with him, and then T Jump was interacting with him, we were each giving him plenty of time to talk. We let him finish what he was saying, and then we responded. And then all of a sudden, he wants to interrupt T Jump, and then gets angry when he says, "Oh, I'm just here to talk." Well, we're actually here to engage. We're here to interact, and conversations go both ways. We prefer to let people finish what they're saying before we respond, because we think that we get better quality conversations this way. Now, granted, sometimes a quick interjection may occur when we're asking for someone to repeat something they said because it didn't come through clearly, or we need a quick clarification on something very small. But aside from that, generally, we're happy to let people talk. And so with that, I'll just give you a quick update on the poll, and then I will I'll introduce our next guest. Our poll in the YouTube chat: what is more reliable? Empirical evidence is now at 75%. Logical evidence is 8%. Both is at 17%, and other is still 0. So, Genghis Khan, welcome. Thank you for joining us. What's on your mind today?
Hey, Genghis.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
we hear
I
you.
was just thinking what y'all are saying to him, the last guy that was just up here, and
You want to comment on that? Sure.
yeah, I just disagree that I mean you could prove an existence of a creator. I'm not claiming any specific creator, but I think it's kind of self-evident within creation and whatnot. But yeah, I mean I know this isn't a flat Earth topic, but that's actually a pretty good one itself.
So when you say God is self-evident, what do you mean by that?
I mean that we're in creation, therefore there's a creator.
Okay, that's of course I don't find that to be convincing to say God is real. How did you determine that this is a creation that we're in?
We're at the center of the universe. Everything literally revolves around us.
Just to interrupt, every place is the center of the universe.
Well, the thing is, we have the observable universe, and so if we can observe in the same distance in every direction, which seems to be the case, of course it's going to look like we're in the center. For all we know, the universe could be shaped like a lumpy potato, right? And then not necessarily a perfect sphere or oblate spheroid or something. We don't know this yet, because what we're observing is the universe, and what actually is the universe. It's commonly suspected that the universe is much larger than the observable universe. So,
I think you misunderstand it, Randolph. I think he was claiming geocentrism.
Yeah.
oh, okay. There was a time when people thought that the sun revolved around the Earth, and then that turned out to be wrong. What do you think, that the Earth, the sun revolves around the Earth, or do you
Yeah.
think the Earth? Oh, okay. Why do you think that's the case, and it's not the case that the Earth revolves around the sun?
Why would I think the Earth revolves around the sun? Because NASA told me so?
Do you think NASA is not a reliable source of information?
Well, I'm not going to appeal to their authority.
Well, I'm not claiming that NASA is authoritative, although they seem to be quite open and transparent about publishing the evidence they have. I'm just wondering, what do you think NASA is wrong? Do you think that before NASA, others who figured things out are also wrong?
No, I think there's a lot of sketchy stuff with NASA. There's constantly there's evidence of them lying with their spacewalks and whatnot, them on harnesses. They destroyed the lunar lander. There's all kinds of weird stuff with NASA. Operation Paperclip. Yeah, I don't necessarily just trust them just because they're an authority.
Okay, so the point about the sun, that being the center of our solar system and the Earth revolving around it, which you've not accepted, that you think it's the other way around, as you've stated. This was something that was figured out long before NASA even existed.
Yeah,
So,
honestly, he's dismissing NASA. I think we just dismiss him and move on to the next guest, right?
but I just wanted to hear how, like, why he thinks that the others are also wrong. Do you think, like, what do you think is the reason? Do you think they're all kind of working together somehow?
And then after that, I just want to ask questions.
Like, I think you just deplatform people like this.
Okay, well, I'll just
How
give him a
weak,
chance to
Rocco?
answer this
How
and
weak
Amy
are
to
you,
deal with it.
Rocco?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, instead of going on science, because I don't think that's going to be authoritative from him, can I ask, is your belief system come from a religious viewpoint?
Wait. Science. How did we scientifically prove that we're revolving around the sun? Amy, please tell me that.
How did we scientifically? Well, we have physically gone out into space. I know
Oh,
that.
oh, that's science now, right?
Yes, I don't understand why you're saying that, Tone, because yes, that is science.
Do you know what the scientific method is, Amy?
Yes, it's where you propose a hypothesis, you go out and do research, and then you collect data, and the peer review community tries to emulate that research.
Wrong. That is not the scientific method.
Okay, so let me ask, what do you think the scientific method is?
Well, for one, you have to have an independent and dependent variable to isolate things. You didn't isolate anything. And peer-reviewed is flawed. So how can you say peer?
I'm sorry, can you just give me a definition of what you think the scientific method is?
I asked you, Amy.
Oh, I know, but I told you what the scientific
Then
method
say,
is.
bro, just
So
say,
now I want to know what your definition of the scientific method.
do you
What is
disagree that you
Genghis Khan's
first you make
definition
an
of science?
first you make an observation, then you need a hypothesis, and then you need an independent and dependent variable.
Independent and dependent variable. And so
This is
there's no
pathetic.
peer review process going on?
And Taco, how weak of you to say we should just deplatform this guy because you don't have any arguments against what I'm
And
saying.
no, what he's saying is because of your conspiracy theorist mentality, it doesn't make it favorable for that type of platforming.
Y'all have bootlicking mentality. What do you
that's
mean?
none of the topics that we mentioned, right? If you were proving Bigfoot, you'd be welcome up here, or any cryptid, right? Two, you're
It's proof
talking
for
about geocentrism, which is just it's been just proven for 2,000 years. Are you joking my ass? Come on, dude.
So, Genghis, I was I was trying to engage with you on that and ask you why you think it's real. So we were challenging you on the idea, but I do think that this to me is in the realm of conspiracy theories that are really thoroughly debunked so far. But
Bro, you were like, I don't accept NASA, dude. They're the American space organization that's taken us to the moon, and also, and you're just rejecting this shit. There's
no,
videos and
Kako. You only
photos.
get to go to the moon if you
There's
have
been
this special
billions of
code, bro.
dollars invested.
You know, that's
sir,
kind of like saying Narnia is real if we go to a
you,
special
sir,
closet.
are a major. Trying to figure out how to word this.
Well,
The
I
globe
would
doesn't
say
even
it's
physically work. Y'all
someone
can't
who
prove gas pressure without a container without begging the question.
Well, when you deny gravity, it does tend to seem like a mystery why everything is sticking to the planet. But I will continue to ask, is it because of a religious reason? Do you believe that we are a special creation?
I'm not religious, no.
You're not really, are you an atheist?
well,
No.
hang on, Genghis. You did say earlier that you think God is self-evident. Did I misunderstand you earlier?
A creator is self-evident. I'm not making claims to any specific deity.
And if
So
I
the creator,
oh no, go Randolph, I'm
creator
sorry.
is the creator a god or is the creator something else?
Well, yeah, it would be divine, yeah.
Oh, okay, so the this is something. Okay, so you're a theist, but you're not religious. I'm just clarifying.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Go ahead, Amy.
Well, no, it's just the universe doesn't look like a creation. It doesn't look like we have a creator, and so I'm just interested why you think those things.
Well, I mean, I was going to flat Earth because it's a pretty hard one for atheists, but yeah, it's just our bodies are so complicated. We're more complicated than the thing that you're talking to me through. And that needed a creator, but somehow you don't. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
If I throw in,
well, very specifically, creations, they're artificial, they come from beings. And so our bodies are naturally forming. We form from sex.
yeah, but the original, that goes back to the original person who created the original people.
The original people, we have
Yeah.
always been and have always given birth to the same species. It's not until you look over many generations that you see the differences.
Well, y'all believe, the atheists believe in a certain type of genesis yourselves, because y'all don't believe that humans have existed forever.
Sure,
How does that prove your God claim?
Because she's trying to act like,
how does addressing somebody else's position do anything to support your position?
what do you mean? And it means the
How
one who
does
asked me if I believe
so
in
if you
religion.
and I are having a debate, right? And the debate topic is like, does a God exist? And you attack the position of naturalism and try to prove that like supernatural things exist, so naturalism is wrong. How would that prove a God exists?
I'm just trying to keep people consistent, bro. What do you mean?
So how I'm asking how does keeping people consistent on their position prove your God exists?
Well, if they're trying to dispute what I'm saying with the position that they don't even hold, how does that make sense?
You didn't answer the question. I'm going to repeat
Yeah,
the
yeah, I
question.
did. Yeah, I did.
So,
It's okay. It's okay,
how
Taco. We
does
should beat
you
platform guys like me
attacking
because
another
you're weak.
position help to prove your position true?
I just explained it, Taco. If you're trying to
No, you
dispute what
didn't.
I'm
You
saying,
answered some other question I didn't ask.
no, no,
I
no, no.
asked a
If you're
very
trying to
specific
if you're
question.
trying to dispute what I'm saying with the position that you don't yourself even
So,
hold, how does that make any
so
sense,
if I
Taco?
was trying to prove to you that naturalism is true, and I proved your God does not exist, would you now believe naturalism is true?
If you prove naturalism is true, would I believe naturalism is true?
So if I proved your God does not exist, would you now be a naturalist?
Well, I'm not making claims to any certain deity.
That's not what I'm asking. If I proved your God does not exist, would you now be a naturalist?
If you prove to me that there is no divine aspect in reality at all, then yeah, of course.
That you're saying that would disprove supernatural if I proved there's no God.
Well, I'm talking about
Because
deities
naturalism
themselves.
says there's no supernatural thing. So for clarification, naturalism is a philosophical position that basically says there are no supernatural things, right? And so we disprove divine things, right? Divine things are disproven. Is naturalism now true?
I mean, that it would logically follow, yeah.
No, it wouldn't, because oh my God, dude. So if okay, so if that was so if we disproved divine things, right? That's not disproving supernatural things. That would not be therefore naturalism is true, right? That's what I'm saying.
Wait, are you
So
saying divine
attacking
things are
another
not
person's
supernatural?
position doesn't prove another position true.
Well, are you saying divine things aren't supernatural?
I'm saying that if divine things existed, there could still be another category of supernatural things.
So supernatural doesn't necessarily mean divine. How does that make sense?
Cryptids.
Cryptids?
Cryptids.
What would be supernatural about a cryptid? It would just be an animal.
There's all sorts of supernatural-esque cryptids.
They would
I
be
think
animals,
you're
bro.
just
What's
dismissing
supernatural about Bigfoot?
aspect of some of the you're dismissing properties that are suggested of certain claim to be existent cryptids such as
This is a really dumb argument.
supernaturality,
This is really weird, bro.
without any justification, and I don't think that's intellectually honest.
What he's saying is just because you disprove A, it doesn't mean you prove B.
I understand the general point that he's trying to paint, but I don't agree with the supernatural versus a deity or whatnot. A cryptid would not be something supernatural. If you find the Loch Ness monster,
That's a
wouldn't
claim.
that be a fucking dinosaur?
Well, that one, yeah, but there's all sorts of cryptids that have been suggested to exist.
Okay, I'm not okay. I mean, we just I don't know. I don't remember what we're talking about, but
You did make a point at one point. You did mention at one point that all atheists believe in an alternative theory, and I just want to comment on that. That's actually not the case. There are many atheists most atheists I know would say, well, there's evolution is where humans developed from, and then of course in response to where is it from there? Well, we look back at other species we've evolved from, but this isn't really a belief so much as just accepting that the science seems to be correct and that sort of thing. So I just want to point out that when people say all atheists believe this or do this or do that, there's different opinions about things that you'll find among atheists. The only thing that you'll find consistent among all atheists is that we don't believe in any goddesses or gods. That's the rest is kind of all over the place. We're probably among the most diverse demographics in the world.
so you're saying that you could be an atheist without having some kind of genesis point to humanity?
Correct.
It's only a single answer to a single question.
Okay, so how would that work?
It's not necessary for somebody to carry on in their life and to have a certain belief in order to carry on in their life, such as where did we all come from? There are many people in the world who don't even consider such a thing.
Yeah, well, a genesis point to humanity without atheism or atheism without a genesis point doesn't seem like they even mesh together at all.
But when you mean a genesis point, humans are about 100 to 200,000 years old. Apes, we can go back millions of years. Mammals, we can go back billions of years. I mean, it just depends on the scope that you're trying to ask.
Right, you're still talking about a genesis point.
Sure, but there was never like a single time where one animal became another animal. It was just the slow, gradual, simple to complex that we call life, we call evolution.
Yeah, you think that we're related to like bananas and shit, like trees?
Sure, that's like holding up a uterus and being like, you think we're related to this? Yes, we are related to the banana tree. Is that weird to you?
Well, I can observe the connection between a uterus and a human. I can't observe the connection between a banana and a human.
Sure, it's the reproductive system of a tree. Trees actually have sex because they're multicellular organisms.
Yeah, that proves that.
He blew his mind. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That proves that. No, somebody was calling me actually, so I kind of missed the half part of what Amy just said.
She was pointing out that trees reproduce sexually. Trees have sex is the wording she used.
Yes,
Yeah, but that no
multicellular.
way proves that we're related to a tree.
Doesn't it? We use the same sort of function, what is multicellular. We use, instead of the single cellular mating types, we actually have sex.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that we're related to them. If we have similarities, okay, how does that prove evolution?
Because we can follow the similarities, we can trace them back.
Well, you're just begging the question, Amy.
Can I ask how you thought all of these organisms came to be? How did the banana tree come to be and the human?
Well, falsification is independent of replacement.
I don't think that's an answer. How do you think the banana tree came to be?
I don't have to make up stories about how all this shit happened in order
Sure,
to
use someone
falsify.
else's made up story.
All I have to do is falsify what you're saying. I don't have to replace it.
So you don't actually know how the banana tree came to be.
Yeah, I don't think anybody does.
Well, that's sad. It's the cornerstone of modern biology. And I don't mean that to be offensive. It's just that evolution is such a well-known fact that generally the opposition only comes from a religious standpoint.
Okay, Amy, I got you. Here, I came up with a new theory just right now.
Okay.
Every animal came from leprechauns, and the leprechauns throughout history decided to create new animals. And yeah, falsify that. Yeah. See that's like what you're doing.
Sure. What evidence that do you have that leprechauns are what made all of the diversity of life?
Well, they're invisible, so good luck trying to find them.
So you're saying you don't have evidence for leprechauns and
No,
that
I
your
do. I
beliefs
do.
are unjustified.
You just have to be spiritual enough to talk to them.
Okay, so you're saying you have talked to leprechauns.
Yeah, leprechauns are God.
All right, what do the leprechauns tell you?
He told me you're wrong, Amy.
You did. That's interesting. So you're saying voices or what do the leprechauns look like?
They're invisible, but they tell me they're leprechauns
So how do you speak to them?
in my head.
Can I ask you, what's the difference between your proposal and schizophrenia?
Well, it's no different than evolution.
Well, with evolution, we have evidence.
What evidence, bro?
So we have the fossil record, we have genetics, we have the geological column.
The geological column, you mean where petrified trees literally have been found through the columns? So
They
you would say
only
have to.
occur on the outskirts of like where mountains are. And so you have these where they're eroding away at the very top, but there's never a tree that is going vertically down through layers.
Yes, there's petrified trees that go through the columns.
Once again, that's something that happens from like an earthquake, that you actually have a reveal of multiple layers and you have a tree with roots almost hanging out of it. But the exception is not the normal.
Wait, so do we have these transitionary species and whatnot?
Yes, all species are transitionary by definition.
Where's the transitionary species between a chimp and a human?
A chimp and a human is a ape a little bit further away because we are apes.
Well, where is this species though?
Well, you would just have to go a little bit further back because, once again, there has only been a recent diversion. We are great apes.
Wait, no. So you're saying chimps just directly become humans and there's no.
No, they're not trying to become humans. They are chimps. They have been 4.5 billion years of evolution, just
No,
like we have.
you would need a species in between chimps and humans.
Yes, something that has both chimp and human-like features. Something like Lucy.
Lucy was a chimera, bro.
A chimera.
Yeah, it was a literal grave site with ape and human remains.
You just said there was a grave site with ape and ape remains.
Grape and human remains.
I know, but humans are an ape. So you just said there was a grave site with ape and ape remains.
You're an ape.
Yes, you're an ape.
No.
Yes. And if you deny that, it just means that we have failed in our biology system within the United States.
I thought we were leprechauns. Sorry.
That's right, leprechaun.
Yeah. I mean, if I said we're all leprechauns,
Do
pretty
you
much okay.
reject Linnaeus's taxonomy system or Linnaean taxonomy?
You mean the similarities between like whales and shit?
No, the taxonomy system that we use to classify every living species. Do you reject that?
Yeah.
This is what I was saying earlier, guys. Like, you just don't even talk with people like this.
Genghis Khan, do you maybe we give you 30 seconds to summarize your views before we end this session with you? Does that sound good?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Oh, you want me to summarize? I just think that
Yeah,
what y'all have is
shoot your last bolt. Yeah, we like to let you have a last word before we end the session. Go ahead.
okay. I just think y'all have a belief and it appeals to authorities, and that's not logical. Amy brought up science earlier, but then said that we found bones in the ground, and that's not a scientific thing at all. That's just she's begging the question. That's all Amy has is begging the question. But okay, that's pretty much it.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. We're glad to have had a chance to speak with you. It was a bit contentious because of the geocentrism stuff, but I hope you have a good 2024. Thanks again.
Yeah, you too, man.
80s men.
Bye, Genghis.
So to say it's not scientific, there are entire fields of science that are being mentioned there. It's just, I guess, the way it is. But did anybody else have any last thoughts you wanted to go over on that before we moved on to our next guest?
Yes, I just want to point out it can be science if you dig in the ground. Right to you, Taco.
Yeah, and I was just saying, when people reject everything that we've built, everything we have as a culture and as a society, they just reject it all. How can you they're talking on a cell phone or a computer that's built off of what are you I, they're saying NASA's fake. Like, they're using a cell phone or a computer which was developed from NASA technology. What?
That's the money audio. That's the money audio shot we were looking for. Thanks, Taco.
All right. What's up, Seal Lover? It's like your
Hello,
server
Seal
muted,
Lover.
man. I'll unmute you. Please don't make me regret it or get me in trouble. Let's go.
Hello, Seal Lover. How are you? Thank you for joining us. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year and all of that. I kind of pulled up, expecting to talk
Sorry,
to
your volume is very low. It's very difficult to hear you.
Let me pull my mic closer to me. Give me a second. Can you hear me? Is it better now?
A little bit better. If you can get a little bit louder, that'd be fantastic for our audience.
Is it better now?
Oh, this is excellent. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear now. Thank you. How are you today?
I'm great. I kind of came here, pulled up, expecting to talk to T-Jump because I saw him in the VC and I was meaning to talk to him. But do you only talk about theism right now, or is it just general discussion?
Well, it's mostly to do with religion and theism. Sometimes people will bring up spiritualism. What's on your mind? We'll let you know.
I just wanted to ask you, right, why you think it's more likely for the existence of just everything within the universe, every fine aspect within the universe to exist by chance, rather than there being some sort of intelligent designer behind it. I don't see the reason as to why some material cause can interact with their material. That would be our minds. So yeah.
Your question is perfectly aligned with the topics here, so thank you. By chance, well, that is one possible option. Some other people think that determinism is the way it is, and so that's obviously not chance. So there are different viewpoints people have, and then as I had just mentioned to our previous guest, that so there are many atheists who don't have any opinion on it at all. There is, of course, I think it's fair to assume that everybody here is interested in the origins of life, the universe, and everything, as DNA put it, Douglas Noel Adams put it, with the answer being 42 and all that in his famous works, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But that doesn't answer your question. Chance is not how I'd put it. But perhaps what you're thinking is kind of like there's a randomness, or I guess stochastic would probably be the more accurate term. It seems to me to be indeterminate. I have not observed the entire universe, let alone the entire cosmos, to be able to make such a determination. So I would have to tell you it's a guess. By the same token, I do think that when people say there's a goddess or god or multiple deities behind it, creating everything, that's also a guess from what I can see.
Yeah. I think that even if you say that it's more of a guess, it would still be more founded, or it'd be a more reasonable or more intuitive belief than the belief of atheism, because then it would lead to a perfectly reasonable conclusion as to why humans have minds, why everything within this planet alone, right, all of it has been able to develop within the specific circumstances in which that life can form. In perfect, example of this, no other planet within the universe has these type of conditions. Even places like Mars, which are as close to Earth as can be in terms of livability, we still see that they still are unable to inhabit life. So it seems to make more sense to me that the conclusion here would just be there's some sort of intelligent designer that causes the universe to come into existence, rather than some sort of
Okay.
I have a comment to ask
chance
you,
or
Randall.
Okay, so first of all, atheist beliefs, that's a complete myth. Do atheists hold individual beliefs on things? Certainly. But atheism is just not believing in any goddesses or gods. Fundamentally, that's all it is. So, and there are some atheists who say they're holding a position there absolutely are no gods. That's up to them, and that's fine. It still includes the fundamental I mentioned. So just the idea, I guess what you're probably alluding to there is that the scientific preference that you may hear about that many atheists do ascribe to, and that's fine. I just want to point out, though, that's not a necessary part of being an atheist. It is, there are many atheists who have other ideas or no idea at all and just leave it at that. So that's just the way it is. Whereas a Christian, for example, all Christians it seems agree that God created everything, the Christian God.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where there's quite a difference. So I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that nuance as we go forward.
Yeah, I know.
The other point, just the other point that you made about there not being any other life anywhere in the universe, that, as far as I know, has not actually been proven. That's just something that some people suspect it to be the case. And yet there's others like myself who are optimistic that there's probably life elsewhere. Again, I don't have proof for my optimism on that. It's just something I'm hoping. And as Dr. Carl Sagan pointed out, it could be that we're the very first or we're the very last life in the universe. And everything else in between has been missed. And so or is not yet to come. It hasn't happened yet. So we can't rule out these possibilities. As far as I know. But if you've got some credible reason to think that there is absolutely no other life in the universe, I'm very interested to hear it.
Yeah, I'd simply just say that, if you were to take the belief that there is more life in the universe, right, or if we're trying to make beliefs on whether or not we believe there is a God or whether or not there is a God, most of the time we're going to be making off of our knowledge. So if an agnostic person comes up to me and says, well, I don't know if there is or it's not God, I'll be like, okay, that's completely fine because you're making this thing off your knowledge. But if the whole title of the stage is Theist Helpline, and we're here to question the beliefs of theist people, and I'm saying that, okay, well, based off of my knowledge currently, I think it's more reasonable to believe that there's some intelligent designer. Even if we don't know for certain whether or not there is life in the universe or there isn't, I'd say the more reasonable belief based off of what we know would be to lead towards the side of theism, right? Or at least lead to an agnostic position, right? Because there's no evidence so far that is strong enough to tell us that, there absolutely cannot be any God. Because to be an atheist is to affirm the non-existence of one.
But
No. I just stated to you it means we don't believe. So, and some atheists do affirm non-existence. But Amy, how would you like to respond to this?
And I'm sorry, Randolph. I don't mean to talk over you.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
But this sounds, Seal Lover, like you're talking of the anthropic principle or something similar. I would like to know why you think that the universe seems perfectly attuned to life, because it's true
Earth.
that Mars and Venus are actually both within the habitable zones, and it is possible that life could have been more bearing. There is a lot of death, there's a lot of places on the earth that are still inhabitable to life, and we could imagine, I guess, a universe that was completely just teeming with life. Every planet
Yeah.
was in a habitable zone. There was just life everywhere. And it
Mhm.
seems, as I've often gotten from people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, that if the universe seems like it is designed for anything, it is to make black holes.
Okay. So if the universe is designed for anything, then it is to make black holes. The fact that there is quote unquote a design that can be alluded to, e.g., oh, everything is designed in a perfect way in which the universe is able to make black holes. That also perfectly works for the like argument too. That oh, if the universe is going to be designed within a certain way for a certain purpose, right, then it is entailed by the definition of a design in the first place, or how most people use it. It has to have a designer. Something has to be causing this thing to come into existence. Makes no sense for something
How did you
material to be
jump to that being a
interacting.
fact from that? Because you said that's
Hmm?
a fact, right? And then you ran with it, right? All this
I
relies
didn't
on
say
your
that was
premise
a
of
fact.
that being a fact. Can you prove
No, no,
that's
no.
actually a
No,
fact?
no, 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 no. I don't know if you are like you're just not listening to me, but I said, oh, I'm
No,
not
I did.
affirming. Wait. I'm not affirming anything to be a fact. I'm not affirming anything to be 100% certain. I'm saying that based off of what we know, it's more likely the conclusion that we reach here is more likely just going to be reaching the conclusion that there is some form of intelligent designer that's leading towards this conclusion. Now, if she wants to say that, oh, well, the only thing that the universe has been alluding to, or the only design that could be existing for the universe, or the more probable one, would be to create black holes. That still works with the argument, right? But again, the fact that life is still able to occur, right, and even in habitable zones like Venus and these other places, right, there's no life. However, there
I
is
think
life
you're
in these places.
confused.
I think you aren't tracking. But anyway, right? But the fact that they are in these habitable zones, but they do not have life, however, so we are the only ones who do have life. It makes sense that we are actually like formed by some sort of intelligent designer rather than any other conclusion, unless there is a more likely basis as to why we should come into existence that does not require any form of
But
material or immaterial thing.
what would you expect a universe with no God to look like?
I would expect there, right? Actually, I don't even, it's the same thing that the other guy told you. I don't particularly know, right? But the only example that I could give you probably would be a universe devoid of life and a universe in which nothing, for like, there was not a consistency of anything happening and everything just happened randomly without any sort of like external influence.
Okay. So it sounds to me like the standard of evidence you're relying on is just like a small claims court kind of standard to give you a comparison. Preponderance of the evidence. You're saying it's more likely that this is the case versus something more specific, more exacting, like what we see with scientific evidence. And that's fine. I just want to be clear. Your standard of evidence is why you're leaning toward this. I think.
The standard of evidence, which would be the consistency here about like how these things don't normally occur in this like, oh, if this thing did not have any intelligent designer, then it would be completely random and there wouldn't be a consistency of this thing happening. If there is a consistency, that means that like it's likely that this thing does have an intelligent design. I think
How did you rule
it's
out other
something.
possibilities like determinism? You're saying it's God or it's random or stochastic rather than random.
Determinism just entails that determinism, correct me if I'm wrong, it just entails that every single thing that happens within the universe has some sort of like external cause behind it, right? And don't you think, unless you believe in like infinite regress theory, which I think would be completely nonsensical, then it has to be like there has to be a starting point here. Unless you believe the universe is eternal, and this starting point would have to be God, right? Because I
I,
do not believe that any sort of like material cause can create something immaterial. It doesn't seem to make sense to me.
so the starting point being God, you're saying God never was started by anything?
Yes, I believe that there would have to be a start, right, to the universe. So if there's going to be some causal chain, there's going to have to be a start to this chain, right? And the start to this chain would have to be uncaused, so it would therefore be God by extension. That's just how I'm defining God.
So, can you rule out the possibility that God and the universe and the entire cosmos are a natural emerging property of absolutely nothing?
It makes no okay. It makes no sense for nothing to have causal power.
So why does it make sense that God erupted, or God has always been this? Like
It's
everything's
literally
got a
it's a
starting point.
reductio argument.
You're making a special exception for your God and saying
Yeah,
that's the starting point.
it's
And
wait, it's a reductio argument. It basically say, okay, if there is no God and we do not dive into the realm of absurdity, that being like infinite regress theory, right? Then that would mean that absolutely nothing caused the universe. However, if we know that absolutely nothing cannot cause the universe, therefore the more likely explanation would have to be God.
now there are polytheists. You're a monotheist because you're talking one God. There's a polytheist believe in two or more deities, gods, goddesses, etc. I've encountered polytheists who tell me that it was their collection of gods and goddesses that worked as a team to create everything.
Okay, the issue.
Hang on. Do you think that their belief is more credible than yours because there's more deities, or less credible than yours, or the same, or why?
What's the name? The most of the time, at least from my understanding of polytheism, they affirm there to be multiple gods, and they affirm that all of these gods can be more like all powerful, right? All knowing,
Gods
all of
and
that.
goddesses.
Yeah, they affirm them to be all powerful, all knowing, all of that stuff, right? However, it makes no sense for there to be multiple all powerful and all knowing beings because we see multiple times within like religions such as those, for example, Buddhism, we see there to be multiple disagreements within these said gods. However, if all of these things are like if both of them are completely all knowing and all powerful, then it would make no sense for them to disagree with each other because they'd always be able to come up with with the most efficient option and the most efficient most
So
efficient
Randall,
route to go because they have all the perfect knowledge and complete knowledge.
I think the only way to engage with him is to go instead of gish gallop, letting him gish gallop, is go one point at a time and have him support
I
his
think
claim
you
because
just need to mic
please
down
don't
because
interrupt
I'm
me.
speaking to somebody else.
So he's saying things that don't follow. He's
Why?
saying things follow that don't follow,
Okay,
and
can you give me
then
the
he has a
explanation as
bunch
to
of
why they don't follow?
assumptions. So I think we have to talk to
Lay
him.
out the
He
wait,
says
lay
a
out the
claim,
explanation.
and then you
Wait,
justify it.
Thanks,
wait,
Taco.
'cause-
Seal lover.
wait.
Taco
Wait,
is
I
the
want to
organ-
engage with Taco. Wait, I want to
T-
engage with Taco.
just a sec. Taco
Okay.
is the organizer here. He's the guy who brought
Yeah.
this whole show together, and he's just trying to keep things more focused. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to focus on this point with you, is because I agree with Taco. I think he's got a good idea here. So we should try to keep our points quicker and smaller and easier to digest. So you're saying that it doesn't make sense that there's multiple deities because they may disagree, but the universe doesn't care if there's disagreement. And you even made the point that if they all have the same knowledge, they're all going to come up with the same idea. So this actually sounds like it favors polytheism.
Okay. If I said, right, the idea of two all-knowing gods disagreeing with each other would be, for example, both of them want to be able to both of them wants to have a certain piece of land. This is just an analogy, right? And then if they were all powerful, right, then they would be able to just instantly pop in a piece of land which both of them can share, right? Or if they both specifically wanted this exact piece of land, right, if they were all knowing, right, if both of them were all knowing, they would be able to come up with a solution in which both of them can have this thing. However, if there's a disagreement with that, that would mean that these things are either not all powerful, right, or not all knowing, seeing as they are not able to come up with the perfect conclusion, which is what most polytheists the standard most polytheists lead to whenever they talk about God. They believe they are perfect beings. So again, it just doesn't seem to make sense.
Okay, so so the question that I have then is why is it that what's the problem with them having equal powers and equal knowledge? You seem to think that's a problem?
He said he
because
doesn't like it.
No, that's not what I said. If you listen properly, right? What I said was, one, it doesn't make sense for them to have equal power and still be going into a fight with each other, as we see in
Is
religions
there
like
a
Buddhism.
contradiction?
Yes, two all-powerful beings cannot triumph. One cannot triumph over the other if they are both all-powerful. It doesn't make sense
Why
What?
must there be one triumphing over another, though? Why
because
can't they all just get along?
that's what I'm saying. Like, whenever most people are saying, "Oh well, there are multiple gods," they're usually appealing to
So can
religions.
you make an argument that
Wait. I
wait,
wasn't. No, no, no. Why would I
justify
wait? I was
real
in the middle of my
fast that
sentence.
they
Wait,
have
I
to
was in the middle of
triumph
my
over
sentence.
each
Why would I
other?
wait?
Randolph is
Shush,
asking you a
shush,
question.
shush, shush,
Oh,
shush. I was in
dude,
the
no,
middle
we're
of my
not doing
sentence.
this. So Randolph asked you to justify that one would have to triumph. Oh, he's out.
Oh, he left. Okay, so thank you, Taco. Did you want to continue summarizing what that was about, and then we'll bring up this person with the Russian name and the U.S. flag?
Yeah, you asked him to justify his claim because he gish gallops, and he continued to gish gallop. And so I told him to justify the claim Randolph asked you to justify before you go on your horse ride.
It was quite the merry-go-round on that horse ride, wasn't it?
And if I could just add that a
Bro.
god does not solve the infinite regress, it is always a uncaused cause. Things can't have uncaused causes until we get to God. And then all of a sudden, my goodness, you can have uncaused causes all over the place.
Bro, I promise you, no one on foot can keep up with someone on a horse.
That's true. Unless they're like an Olympic runner and the horse is having some problems, but those are exceptional circumstances. Welcome, Smiley Smiley. How are you? Thank you for joining us.
Hi, thank you. I think I've been on here once before.
Welcome back.
But yeah, I was raised Catholic, and as I've grown up, I've kind of realized that I think I plan to be Catholic for the rest of my life, but I think it's the best for my faith if I'm realistic about some things. So I do believe in some historical things, but I believe that Jesus was on earth and he died for our sins, and that one day, if I'm good, I'll go to heaven. You know, I should, basically things like that. And I try to pray every now and then. But I guess I just had a basic question for you, which was, I guess all of you can answer this. Did you come to be an atheist or whatever denomination you are because history or science contradicts with religion, or religion has not proved itself?
So for me, I've always been an atheist. I've never been part of a religion, and I think that's a fair question you're asking, by the way. There's just nothing that's really been compelling to me in any religion enough for me to actually join it. I would say like one that seemed to compel me, seems more compelling than the others, would actually be Satanism because of its 7 tenets, which is an interesting thing to look up if you're not familiar with the 7 tenets of Satanism, because they read like a human rights document. It's very interesting, but I'm not advocating for Satanism. I'm just saying read up on the tenets because they're interesting. TENET if you're curious what I'm spelling out here. The problem that I have, and thing that turns me away from religions, in addition to the imaginary aspects, the things that seem imaginary, I should say, like the divine stuff and whatnot, and the authoritarianism, which is very often very common. There's one deity or multiple deities that are ruling over you and telling you how to live. The big thing for me is the divisive nature of many of these religions, that you're either a conformist, you're part of the religion, or you're a non-conformist, you're an outsider. And it's, to me, this is a destructive thing for society, and it makes it very difficult for me to say this is okay. Because I think the whole point of society is to be inclusive. And so that's where I'm at with it.
All right, that's interesting, and I've never heard of the tenets of Satanism before. I always thought of it to be a pretty chaotic belief, but I will definitely read about that. And
You're cool.
if you don't mind answering the question, also, what's your take on that? Do you think it's the lack of proof, or do you think it's the science is based in it?
It really depends. Some of the claims in religion actually do make sense, but then there's a lot of claims in religions that don't make sense, and so I have to look at them at a claim by claim basis. So if a religion says people should wash their hands before they eat, well, this makes sense to me, and there's actual newer science now that supports this too, because you're washing your hands before you eat, then you're not, whatever you had on your hands before is not getting into your system if you were handling something that was bad for your body. So it's a good practice. We know this. But if it turns around, like with the Islamic faith, they say that salt water and fresh water don't mix. Well, we know that's not true. Any child can take 2 glasses of water and salted water and unsalted water and mix them together in a bowl, and they mix. It's easy enough to prove that wrong. So on a case-by-case basis, I'd look at it. If you want, other people here can give you their perspectives on why they find religion to be a problem as well.
The main reason is that there is no good evidence, but then I also think that there is good evidence in the other direction now, that we have no reason to think that a mind is the bearer of natural laws. I also just wanted to piggyback off what Randolph said, especially with maybe not the Satanism that you think of from the Bible, but Anton LaVey's Satanism. He was very much into self-determinism and sticking up for yourself and others. And so, interestingly enough, he has in my opinion, better 10 Commandments than now the original 10 Commandments. Not a Satanist either, nor do I think that we should go into religion, but it is interesting how that eventually happened.
They're in the Heathen Hangout channel too, by the way.
Yeah, and I'll just quickly read off what the 7 tenets of Satanism are, since I just brought it up, and since you're curious. So, number 1 is one should strive to act with compassion and empathy towards all creatures in accordance with reason. Number 2 is the struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over laws and institutions. 3. One's body is inviolable, subject to one's own will alone. 4. The freedoms of others should be respected, including the freedom to offend. To willfully and unjustly encroach upon the freedoms of another is to forego your own. 5. Beliefs should conform to our best scientific understanding of the world. We should take care never to distort scientific facts to fit our beliefs. 6. People are fallible. If we make a mistake, we should do our best to rectify it and resolve any harm that may have been caused. And finally, number 7. Every tenet is a guiding principle designed to inspire nobility in action and thought. The spirit of compassion, wisdom, and justice should always prevail over the written or spoken word. So this is why I have respect for the 7 tenets of Satanism, because it sounds like a human rights kind of, the way a human rights document would be written, but it's not really specifically human rights. It's just seems to be generally really good principles to me. And so that's, and what Amy was saying about the LaVey Satanism, that's kind of where this is from as far as I know. Anton LaVey. But again, I just want to make it clear, I'm not preaching Satanism. I'm just pointing out, using it as an example of one religion that seems to have really good values included in it.
Yeah, I get it. All right, yeah. Thanks. If no one else has anything to say about that, then I will step down. Thank you for answering my question.
One quick question. What did you think about hearing those rules? Like, I'm sure you probably see some similarities with some aspects of Christianity.
I think they were, as you said, they were pretty, I think you said descriptive or well sorted or something like that. I think especially I was having some trouble paying attention, but I think especially the we shall follow whatever is scientifically fact at the time or something like that it said. I think especially that struck me as supporting your argument.
Okay. All right. Well, I really appreciate you joining us on stage today, and hope we've answered your questions to your satisfaction.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Have a good New Year.
All right.
Any thoughts on that before we move on?
Satanism's based.
Yeah, it's a great example to bring up, isn't it?
We've got Dropkick. I'm inviting you up. And we've got Goon Singer after that.
Hey, I shouldn't be too long. There was just a couple things that I wanted to point out. Just because Randolph mentioned it most recently, Satanism. I actually went to. So I have a tradition of trying to understand other religions. So every Sunday, I usually go to like a different church or something along those lines. Not too long ago, I got an invite to go to a burlesque show that was followed up by a black mass held by the Satanic Temple of my state. They definitely know how to get my attention, so I went to that. Unfortunately, Satanism in practice is not as intriguing as just reading their tenets or doing the homework. Outside of the fact it's very angsty, kind of feels like a bunch of teenagers talking about how much they hate mom and dad, i.e., Christianity.
Oh wow, yeah. My guess is you'll probably find this with various a similar thing with certain religious groups in the Christian circles you just mentioned. Some of them are better than others. I'm going to say, right?
Indeed, and definitely we'll probably need to see if like there's another sect or congregation that I can check out at some point that might give me a bit of a better representation of that faith. But I just remember the whole place smelled like BO and regret, and just
Ooh,
it
yeah.
was a big turnoff for me.
Some businesses smell like that and are like that, so it's not exclusive to religions. I got to tell you, if you're ever up in British Columbia, Canada, feel free to join us in one of our future events with Canadian atheists as well, if you're interested.
Oh, by all means. But another thing that I kind of want to bring up, I think it was Seal Lover mentioned this, and it's a very important distinction and correction to make. So, as somebody that's been a very devout polytheist since 2008, polytheist, I've never met one that thinks any of the multiple gods that we either believe in, acknowledge, or even pray to are all knowing or all powerful in any way, shape, or form. Any polytheist that believes in a specific pantheon can tell you about any deity within that pantheon having flaws and being able to be tricked. And at some point, the belief is, like all things, they will at some point die. So that entire stance that he took on that is just incorrect.
So that's mostly consistent with what I've observed with encountered with polytheists as well. I haven't encountered any who think that that any of their the deities they believe in are all knowing and all powerful. As far as they will all die, that varies from polytheist to polytheist. Some of them do think they are eternal, others don't think so. So that part varies for me. That's what I've found.
And it certainly can. There's a lot of different like polytheistic pantheons within paganism, so that's definitely something that can have. I can see where somebody might be able to connect that, especially when it's not quote unquote an organized religion. It's more, most of those religions tend to be centered around the person's belief system and how they build up their relationship with the gods. But like overall, like polytheism tends to observe the second definition of God versus the monotheistic having the first definition when you look up the two definitions that constitute a god. Then the other thing, and I apologize, I'm like going through notes because I've been writing things down as I wanted to talk on them. The other thing was, I think Taco, you mentioned using NASA as a reliable source towards the one psychopath. Can't remember his name. I guess like the question that came into play, if I'm going to play devil's advocate for monotheists, NASA being a reliable source to contradict the claim of, or to essentially prove that there's no God or anything along those lines. I can kind of see in a way, like if you would fast forward 2,000 years from now and look back at everything that NASA has found, it would be kind of held in the same regard as like the prophets and apostles for Christianity. Does that make any sense?
I think you misunderstood what was going on there. So he was presenting geocentrism, and then he was like saying the moon landing didn't happen and it was weird, NASA destroyed stuff or whatever he was saying, right? The point was that he's using technology that's developed from the people he thinks are faking everything.
Fair enough. Yeah, that entire conversation was a bit nonsensical and hard to track on that side, so apologies for that. And then the
If you
second to
don't
last.
mind me just saying so, NASA is a big boogeyman for a lot of flat earthers and conspiracy theorists. And so they bring very specifically that organization up because they think that NASA is the one that is fueling all of the round earth conspiracies.
NASA's the devil. Gotcha. The other question, second to last one, was actually for you. You've mentioned a couple times that there's no good evidence to support a God, and that's something that I hear get brought up very frequently when this debate comes up. And I guess I was wanting to ask, what is your criteria for what would be considered good evidence to support the existence of any God?
I know that I would like to have empirical evidence. I know someone was asking earlier if all we accept is empirical evidence. I think we're open to other evidences, but as far as we can tell, empirical evidence is the best way to discern fact from fiction.
You see, and just because I want to make sure my understanding of empirical evidence is correct, go ahead and explain that in like the simplest terms possible for me.
Empirical evidence would be testable. In fact, I would even use novel testable prediction. And so it's not just that you're looking into the past and trying to make sense of data, but you're actually generating a hypothesis of what is going to happen into the future. And because of your theory, you are able to generate a prediction. We can
Okay.
do that with evolution and germs, et cetera, et cetera.
No, fair enough. And that, so strictly playing from the devil's advocate perspective, I think every Christian that I've talked to definitely will voice this stance of, various prophets and figures along those lines being able to prophesize things that happen in the future that end up coming true. Now, I can definitely chalk that down to just, a broken clock is right twice a day. But I guess like my main beef with that goalpost is it defeats the purpose of religion, which is having faith. If you know something is true, and it's a lot of the beef that I have with like the hardcore Christians in the Discord that just seem to be able to convince themselves that they know factually true that their God is the right one. That defeats the purpose of faith. I believe that any of the gods could make their presence known. That defeats the entire purpose of what they've been doing and what the purpose of everything is.
So I can understand that position. However, many of the times they come forward. I know you don't believe in the Omni God, but the Omni God, at least from my position, makes faith just silly. Because if he is everywhere at all times and all powerful, then he should actually be able to come and say hi to us quite easily.
I mean, I can definitely see where you're coming from on that, but even from like the monotheistic perspective, just from a Christian perspective on it, if I'm looking at everything from like a God's perspective or how they view their God, influencing your followers to progress humanity forward, I think is a good way of putting it, is going to be the important part without actually giving them that definitive, hey, I'm going to show up and touch down in central New York just to say hi to everybody. That eliminates the chances of us getting it wrong. Is that? I'm sorry. I'm sure I'm butchering this.
No, it's fine. I think it is the opposite. I think that if the God does not show up, I actually think the chances of us getting it wrong are exponentially higher.
Exactly. And I think that's kind of the point. I guess is where I'm getting
Sure.
at. But that was it for that one. And the last thing is just a little sidebar. T-Jump, I actually got muted because of you not too long ago, and I've never even talked to you before. I was in a VC where Darth Dawkins was going on his diatribe and didn't say a word for like 30 minutes, was just listening. And Barth apparently muted me because he thought I was recording for you. So thanks, man. Appreciate it. He's out of it.
T-Jump's famous. It follows him around everywhere. Everything.
I've never even heard the name until somebody like kicked me out of a VC for no reason whatsoever because of it.
Yeah, normally kicking people out of a voice chat doesn't cause people to be muted or anything. There are server, like, did it happen in this server? I would suggest talking to the moderators of the server, send them a mod mail.
If
They
it's a
can get it
guest
sorted
room,
out.
it's whatever, right? But
Yeah, it wasn't a big deal or anything. I just thought
Darth
it was
is
hilarious.
terrified of T-Jump, so absolutely terrified. I've been trying to get him on the stage for like a year.
Heard something about a Christmas special, or Christmas video that
Are you talking
T-Jump
about
had
Darth
made.
Dawkins?
Yeah.
Dude, he's terrified of T-Jump.
Yeah, apparently I hold the record for longest rant after a conversation with Darth Dawkins. So he went into a private channel and ranted for me about 93 minutes straight and tried to dox me.
He's an interesting individual, to say the least.
He's aggressive. Yeah.
A little bit. I definitely think that he gets into ontological debates with like oranges at a grocery store.
So if you want to get a better perspective of what he's doing, it looks to me like he's using the read technique, REID, in interrogations, which is banished in Canada because it elicits false confessions. But there are some places in the US that the police still use this, unfortunately, the interrogation process. And Darth Dawkins conducts interrogations which remind me of the read technique. So yeah, if you look into that, you will have some more perspective on the approach he's using.
I'll check it out.
He's asking, if you don't believe in a god, which god do you believe in?
Fair enough. Yeah, no, ironically enough, in this Discord, I refuse to get into like debates with people like that, or even on certain subjects in those regards, just because I think it's pointless. So I don't engage with him. But it's also interesting to kind of, when you want to understand people better, you got to understand all spectrums, including the batshit insane ones.
That's a fair perspective, and it's you've got your standards and you're sticking to them, and that's important.
Exactly. And Randolph, you mentioned that you had talked to a few polytheists in your time. I'm kind of curious to see if you talked to one that I've had some interactions with. Have you ever talked to Ocean Keltoy?
Yeah, he and I don't get along because he and his group falsely accused me of being a racist.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, they called me a white racist.
Is it just because you're very pale, or what's the deal there?
Because they were trying to make me mad, and it backfired, and then a whole bunch of them started dogpiling on me, and it still backfired, and so eventually I just ended up blocking them. That was on good old toxic Twitter.
Fair enough. Now, Ocean I've always had really good interactions with, but I don't really talk to any of the other group, just because
to be fair, the interactions before that started to erupt were fine. I quite like the guy too. I really don't have anything against him other than him making the false accusation against me. Well, his buddies doing it and him not intervening and stopping it, but seems to be kind of fanning the flames in subtle ways. So I just cut them all out. I had enough.
No, that's fair enough. If I talk to him again, I'm gonna have to call him out on that. It's not a good way of approaching that situation.
Yep. So if he's changed his view on these things, I'd be happy to talk with him. But this kind of stuff, and if people are going to be ridiculous like that, I've got better things to do with my time.
No, very good.
I do have respect for him. Otherwise, I do think he's a brilliant guy. I just think that he's way off course on this stuff.
No, perfectly fair. And then the last question, I promise I'll let it go. There's other hands up. Jack Burton, is he going to be popping up in here?
Hopefully.
Tell him to stop slacking and get in here so I can chop up with him a bit. I said, tell him to stop slacking and hop in here so I can talk shop with him a bit more. We used to BS on the PNR server all the time. He's a good guy.
Okay, my audio's back. I don't know what happened there. So I missed everything you said. I apologize.
I was just talking about Jack Burton and I used to hang out on the PNR server quite a bit. He's a good guy.
Yeah, I like Jack Burton. He was a regular part of this panel for quite a while. Last few episodes, he's not been here. We're hoping he'll pop back in from time to time. I guess he got busy with something.
He's doing family stuff, man. It's the holidays.
Lame. Absolutely lame. All right, no, fair enough. All right, guys, have a good one. I'm going to hop out so you can move on to the next sideshow. Have fun.
Thanks for joining us, Dropkick. It was a great conversation with you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Thanks for talking.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Who's next?
I'll pull up Goon.
Hello, Goon Singer number 0762.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, welcome. Thanks for joining us. How are you?
Doing great. How about you?
Doing well. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so I actually just got done watching a T-Jump video, and I saw where he delivered an argument that's conclusion is that the evidence for Santa is equivalent to the evidence for God. And I just wanted to ask T-Jump if he understands that the argument that he delivered is both amplitive and violates monotonicity and is also invalid. No? T-Jump?
He's been silent for a little while. He might be away from
Earth
his
the T-Jump?
computer.
Earth the T-Jump?
Yeah, T-Jump might be away from his computer. I'm not sure what's happening.
Well, that's convenient.
No, he's been silent for a little while now. For the
Look,
last few
Yeah,
guests.
he's been gone for a while, man.
Look, I think you guys are gonna have to forgive T-Jump here. Maybe my mic's bad, and he's not.
We're not gonna talk like you're talking right now. So you're a guest on our stage, and you need to not talk to, even if they're AFK, you do not have any ability to talk to our guests like that, because I'm just gonna mute the shit out of you. So be a normal human being and have a conversation, or I'm gonna remove you from the stage. Thank you.
Oh no, I got you. No, I was saying like I think that T-Jump is a good faith engager, right? Like I think he's a good faith interlocutor. So I'm just assuming that my mic is cutting out. Like I know I have a bad mic or whatever, so that's fine. Yeah. So Amy, earlier I heard that you also have an argument, right? That's conclusion is going to be that God doesn't exist, like a positive argument. Do you have that argument, Amy?
Yes, or at least I have, I would say, a set of arguments to draw out whether a God exists.
Sure. Wait. Well, just to be clear, do you have an argument that's conclusion is going to be that God doesn't exist?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, so let's start. Does everything that exists have a cause?
Oh, well. Oh, hold on. I was under the impression that you were going to deliver an argument, not ask a question.
An argument has two premises and a conclusion?
Well, not necessarily two. It's just a set of premises and a conclusion. But I'm just asking you, can you deliver the argument?
Okay. So everything that exists has a cause. God exists. Everything that exists has a cause. God exists. Therefore, God has a cause.
Okay. Can you deliver an argument for the conclusion that everything that exists has a cause?
Well, that's why that's why I was asking you if you agreed with the premise. Because if you don't agree with the premise, then I can't really talk about it. And then we should just talk about why you think that there are uncaused causes.
Oh, well, right now I'm just agnostic to the claim. You're making a positive claim. So I'm just asking, can you deliver the argument with the conclusion of that positive claim?
So do you believe in uncaused causes? Yes or no?
Yeah, so I just told you, right, my mental states with regard to this question, and that's I'm agnostic. So I'm just asking, like, can you deliver an argument with that conclusion?
I would say that I'm agnostic whether there are uncaused causes, and that the entire reason for the argument is to get theists to actually give their position.
Wait, so just to be clear, you're delivering an argument that you disagree with?
That I am not sure if the first premise is true or not, correct?
Okay, well then, I mean, that's just like a very myopic argument, I guess. And it's pretty indexical. So, I mean, I'll grant you that it's indexical. So, yeah,
Sure, but would you agree that if someone thinks that they have a cause and that everything in the universe has a cause and that God exists and therefore God would therefore need a cause?
Yeah, that'd probably be, a stupid position. So, since that one fell on its face, can you?
Okay.
But
So
that's
Amy
weird.
asked you a question. You're not running this conversation. We are. Amy asked you a question. We let you get asked for an argument. Amy rendered the argument. Amy said, hey, this argument, she's agnostic to the first premise, but she's asking you about your opinion on the first premise now. So please respond with your belief of the truth or falsity of the first premise.
Yeah, to be clear, so it's been stated 3 times now that I'm agnostic to the claim, and that anybody that holds that position is probably stupid. So I agree with Amy. Maybe you're just not tracking, or maybe my mic's cutting out again. But I take you to also be a good faith engager, so I'm just going to assume that my mic's cutting out. Amy, since that one didn't work, can you deliver another argument that's conclusion is going to be that God doesn't exist?
Sure, but I'm very confused. When you say it doesn't work, you mean you agree with it?
Oh no. The argument fell on its face. All right, you can't even defend the first premise. So I'm just asking, like, can you deliver another argument?
Sure, but you keep on saying it falls on its face. You mean we agree that not everything that exists has a cause, and therefore we do not need a God because the universe could just have been its own cause.
Okay, well, that's going to be another confusion. I said I'm agnostic to the claim. I didn't say that's not the case. I said I'm agnostic. I'm like giving you my, an expression of my belief state. So another confusion. This is going to be the 4th confusion, Amy. Can we just get the argument delivered?
Sure. I guess the argument's been delivered. We both agree on it. Do you have a reason that God exists?
Sorry, I asked you, do you have, well, just to be clear, you agreed that you have another argument. That's conclusion is going to be that God doesn't exist. I asked you for that. All right. And then you gave a confusion about what my position was. And I clarified. And I said, well, now that I've clarified my position, can you deliver the argument?
Okay. So the purpose of the stage, right? So if you look under the events, we're going to scroll up to the events. So we'll go to the events. Our panel of atheists is back to take your calls. Looking for evidence of any god, supernatural, ghosts, goblins, Bigfoot. I'm going to unmute you and you can present your argument or your evidence or whatever for gods, ghosts, goblins. That's the purpose of this stage. I would love to see evidence of cryptids personally.
Sure. Presumably, we're going to disambiguate these terms. So by God, I'm just going to be the atemporal unconditional precondition. There's going to be necessarily non-contingent, which is universally ultimate that instantiates and secures the truth-valid propositions. Now that we've disambiguated the term, I'm just going to deliver the argument.
Okay. So why don't you type this out in text chat rather than running through 90 words that are impossible for 85% of our audience to keep, or anybody to keep up with, just the general population, right? So I'm going to let you type this out in Heathen Hangout, what your definition of God is. You can type it out word for word. I'm going to link you the chat. Actually, I'm not going to link you the chat. I've got you blocked. But I'm going to link, you can just go to Heathen Hangout. It's right above this in here, and type out your definition of God. Go.
I'm having trouble keeping up as well with it, but that's okay. It's
I
interesting.
got atemporal.
He's still muted, by the way.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to type out his definition of God.
Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, that's important.
We need everybody on the same page, right? One
That's
step
true.
at a time.
In the meantime, please don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe, and sending love to everyone in chat.
Amy, you're a champion.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure how long you want to wait.
I will
or-
say-
Here, I've linked you the channel in DMs. The Heathen Hangout channel. Click that and then type in your definition of God and I'll unmute you.
I'm also going to just continue on to my second argument while he's doing that. We have to assume the first premise, but he's not going to do that. So, human
Sorry, Amy.
imagination.
Sorry, could you
no.
maybe just quickly review what the first premise is? Because so much has happened.
Sure, absolutely. So my original one was everything that exists has a cause. God
All right.
exists. And then conclusion, everything that exists has a cause. God exists, therefore God has a cause.
So his definition of God is atemporal, unconditional, precondition, universally ultimate, that instantiates and secures truth value of propositions.
Gotcha. Now that we have that clarified
So
and
we're
the term has
thinking
been
about this for a
disambiguated.
second, right? It has not been, right? So there's a bunch of terms in here that I think you need to define. So let's start with atemporal, right? So you're saying that
Yeah, not
a
confined by the
god
constraints
is
of
atemporal.
temporality. Yeah, not confined by the constraints of temporality.
So define temporality.
Yeah, time.
So you're saying this god definition starts off with doesn't have time?
Not confined to the constraints of time. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Unconditional.
Yep, no matter the condition.
That's it, no matter the condition?
Yep.
All right, so atemporal. So I'm actually going to write this out. So what was your definition of atemporal?
Not constrained by time. You got this, buddy. Come on.
Not constrained by time, and then no conditions?
Oh my God.
So logic.
No matter the condition, yes. No matter the condition, you got this.
So
We can do this.
So given that logic as a condition.
Okay, and then precondition. Hey,
Yeah,
Randolph,
well, that's actually not going to work on me because I'm a dialetheist. So.
Okay, and then precondition.
Yeah, precondition. So beforehand.
So it's impervious to logic.
And then universally.
Wait, hold on. Can I just address what this guy's saying? I'm a dialetheist, so what you're talking about, like when you're talking about logic, right? I believe that God can have a true contradiction.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Yep.
Okay, and then universally.
So, yeah, all over the place, everywhere that you can think of, all categories.
And then ultimate.
Yeah, the greatest.
Ooh, that's an interesting one.
The greatest, given the conditions of the other statement,
and then
by the way.
Instantiates.
Yeah, we can just say starts or creates.
And then secures.
Yeah, make sure.
So I have wrote out this word sandwich or salad.
Yep.
I guess is a term.
Mhm.
Not constrained by time, no matter the condition, beforehand, all over the place, everywhere, all categories, the greatest that starts or creates, and make sure of the truth value of propositions.
Yep. So the atemporal unconditional
That's the
precondition.
dumbest definition of God I've ever heard.
Okay, hold on. Just to be clear, what I said was the atemporal unconditional precondition that is necessarily non-contingent, which is universally ultimate that instantiates and secures the truth-value propositions. Now, what you did is you translated like to the definitions of all the words, and obviously, like contextually, it's going to sound weird.
So are you
when
just
I put it all
calling
into
it a
sentence.
necessary? Are you just like redefining the term
I said
necessary?
necessarily
being and then adding
non-contingent.
Shut up for a
Necessarily
second.
non-contingent.
I'm asking you a question. Are you redefining the term necessary being with a bunch of additional terms?
Nope, it's necessarily non-contingent.
Just don't get
I-
I'm just saying it's necessary.
and not existing.
Yeah, necessarily non-contingent. Yes.
I'm saying you're just saying it's necessary.
Yep.
And then saying other words.
Yeah. So do you know what contingent means?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
What do you
saying
think
it's
contingent means?
Dependent.
Depending on what, though?
All right, we're gonna move on to the next guest. We're not doing.
I was really hoping to ask him about this God being the greatest if that rules out the possibility of multiple gods, but that's okay.
He's just refusing to engage. He's just straight up refusing to engage. We're not doing that.
Yeah, that got really tedious.
I'm not sitting there for fucking an hour trying to get two definitions out of him.
Well, Rev was here. Come on back up, Rev. We'd be happy to speak with you. Maybe you ran into a Discord issue. Welcome,
Hello?
Rev. Welcome.
Yeah,
How are
sorry,
you?
I think it's a technical issue. Can you hear
It
me?
happens.
Yeah, I just wanted to give an argument. First of all, I just think you guys didn't really respond to Goons very well.
Okay.
I don't know why you kicked him off, but I'll give my own argument. Let's see if you guys can track. So I'm just gonna be defining God as a necessary and immaterial mind that created the universe, whose nature is absolute perfection. So the argument's just going to be, if the universe is emergent, it's emergent from a mind. The universe is emergent, therefore it's emergent from a mind. So which premise do you reject?
I do not believe that the universe is emergent from a mind.
Okay, so you reject P1. Yeah, so for P1, I mean, I'm just looking at the nature of reality, making an abductive inference. So, like, if all material reality can reduce to, like, mathematics, properties, and abstractions without any reference to material substance, then I'm just saying it can better fit with, like, an idealist worldview, which is what I'm arguing for, where, like, material reality is just going to be information contingent on a mind, instead of, like, on materialism, positing an undetectable, like, material substance that gives rise to, like, quantum fields, particles, and somehow builds consciousness. I'm just saying we should
Nominalist
stick
is
with
going to get stopped at the start of all that. So the rest of the Gestalt, for I think everyone is. Are you both nominalist?
Sorry, can you repeat what I said and demonstrate you have a coherent understanding of it, Taco?
So you think that mathematics shows that this shit somehow, like math and logic exist in the universe, right?
That's not at all what I said. So were you
Okay,
just not
repeat that.
tracking?
Go back to it.
Yeah, were you just not tracking? I just want to be clear.
No, I was tracking. That's.
You were tracking, but you can't, like, steel man my position.
Well,
I'm just gonna get rid of you. Go away.
if I could just, I don't know if math can accurately describe all of reality or not. I would say that there are things, however, that don't seem to be dependent on the mind, and I would actually counter an idealist view. I do not think that we have any reason for thinking that a mind is fundamental or something special. It seems to be contingent on brain states and things that came after billions of years.
Yeah, we've got quite a lot of evidence that in humanity that scientific endeavor that seems to lean heavily in that direction.
I think if all of our brains were to be destroyed, the planet would still exist. At least there's no evidence to assume that the universe would go away and is contingent on our minds and not vice versa.
Oh, where did Prophet Dak disappear? Oh, okay. Hello, bruh, something or other.
That's a hard name.
On a stack. Huh?
Hey, what's up?
Hey,
man.
you turn your volume up a little bit so our audience can hear you. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
All right, thank you, thank you. I was here before.
Yeah, your voice sounds familiar. You've in a past episode last year, I think a few months ago.
Yeah.
Welcome back. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
So, what's on your mind?
Yeah, we are here for like nice discussions, and I want to mention that humans innately believe in God, in God, and it's proved by Oxford University.
Does that make it true?
Prove it. How?
If you just search, wait, what is it? People innately believe in God, Oxford, and you will just see it there. Yeah, first link.
I'm just gonna ask. Oh no, go Randolph. I haven't
that's-
talked a lot.
No problem. That's easily disproven because that claim
What?
because the Paraha people don't innately believe in any deities. In fact, the Paraha tribe of people in the Amazon rainforest somewhere don't even have words for gods or goddesses in their language. So you'd think that if I think it's reasonable to assume that if people innately believe in something, that they're going to assign some kind of word in their language to refer to it.
Not necessarily. I mean, you just believe, just in you.
So I would like.
I've never believed. So I'm also evidence. Hang on. I'm also evidence that the Oxford claim is wrong.
So, Randolph, I linked a study in chat. Supernatural belief is not modulated by intuitive thinking style or, let me pull it back up, or cognitive inhibition. This is
great.
actually a more recent study than the one that he linked, and this is actually presenting evidence against the innate belief hypothesis, which he's claiming is supported in the 2011 study, Humans Predisposed to Believing Gods in the Afterlife. So this is a much more recent study claiming to I guess it doesn't say disproves it, but it shows it's very unlikely.
It
disputes okay. Oh well. I look at this study and it's Oxford and a lot of scholars and many children and everything, and it says
it doesn't matter if this is a more recent study, right? So I believe what you're doing right now is a genetic fallacy. So you're saying that because Oxford had, or either that or an appeal to authority, right? But you're saying Oxford has better scholars. What? That's not an argument. So what I'm presenting is a more recent peer-reviewed study that suggests the alternative,
Where's the
right?
link? Where's the link? Can you
in
DM
Heathen
me
Hangout. It's in the Heathen Hangout channel.
Where's that? Where's that room?
Bra, cap on a stack. I hope you don't mind me abbreviating your name like that because I don't know how to pronounce the rest.
You can call me Abudi, bruh. It's okay.
Abudi, bra. Okay, Abudi, bra.
Abudi, no, not Abudi, bro. Abudi, Abdul, Abid. I don't know.
Abdul? You like Abdul? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go with Abdul. I am trying to get people's names right, so it is a genuine effort. So, Abdul, you seemed to be starting to take issue with something that I said, and I would like to get back to that after you go over this with Taco, which you were unless I misunderstood, it seemed you were disagreeing with me when I said I've never had any inclination to believe in any deities.
Yes, I did.
Okay, maybe just finish off what you're dealing with Taco here, and then we can delve into that.
All right, Taco, can you DM me the link to the study? Please.
I guess. Yeah, it's in Heathen Hangout, but I can do that too. Hang on.
But yeah, I mean, I haven't checked your study, but
I just messaged you.
Yeah, but I'm just
So you're either saying by what you're saying there that my study, because I haven't mentioned where it's from, is less valid than a study from Oxford, which I think would be a genetic fallacy, or you're saying you're doing an appeal to authority, saying that Oxford is a much more valid authority when they're both through the peer review process, right?
No, I'm just saying, a popular, a popular doctor, you will start to trust that doctor more than, a less popular doctor.
So it's genetic fallacy.
I don't know what the genetic fallacy is, but I trust the popular people more than, just a random guy.
Whatever. The point is, it's not what the reason that you're trying to reject the study that I presented without even looking at it is not valid reasoning.
Yeah, true. But you said the conclusion of your study is that it's unlikely, but it doesn't disprove it, basically. Right?
Yeah, it's just not even your study doesn't prove that. It's just suggesting, right? Like none of these studies prove anything. The only thing that gets proven are things that get disproven. I guess it's not everything's get disproven, right? It's falsification. None of these are going to prove anything.
But these guys are saying, humans. Like smart people are saying humans have natural tendencies, and Oxford.
They're saying that kids say that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
kids that have been influenced by parents in a Christian nation, right? And that's
I looked
fine.
a little bit into it. I mean, someone
it's a good study with good data, right?
Can I speak, please? I mean, Oxford. Why I trust it more than usual stuff because they are popular, they are big, they have good ways of researching. One way they did it, they brought people for countries where they don't have too much religion. They don't talk about God like Japan, and mainly Japan, I think, stuff like that. That's how they did it. Yeah, and a lot of people believe in God. They just say, "Yeah, I'm believing God." So like it's very likely, too likely actually. Yeah, and
You're telling me
Randall,
you looked into the study and you analyzed the data on the study?
not really. It was somebody else.
Where does it?
It's somebody like I can trust in YouTube though. His name is Muslim Lantern. The Muslim Lantern. He's a
I
very
don't
knowledgeable
see
guy.
anything about Japan. Let me see. University of Oxford.
But you know they are very meticulous. I think about
Said in 20
what they
different
do.
countries that represented both traditionally religious and atheist societies. So it looks like
Yeah,
they discussed both. And
yeah,
it looks
both.
like it was mostly children, right? But
Yeah,
what I was and all that's fine. It's good data. It's a good study. But what I
yes,
was saying is that I presented a study from 2017 that's peer reviewed just like the other study and presents data suggesting that that position is possibly false.
yeah. But this data says that it's very likely. Also, I don't know, man. Oxford is like a popular like university. They're good with their stuff,
Both
and
of these are through the peer review process.
all right. Yeah, okay. But this is a good study, and maybe yours as well. But it's very likely people just believe in God because everybody like believes in God. Not everybody, but a lot of people, and like everybody
Recent
before almost.
data is actually suggesting the opposite.
Yeah. But yeah, maybe I guess I haven't looked like in that study or anything, but it suggests at least. It's just suggesting. But if you just look
Yeah,
at
your study from
people.
2011 is just suggesting too. So don't just say just suggesting.
I'm not sure if it says suggesting, okay?
You said
Uh,
just suggesting, trying to dismiss it. That's not how you have a
your sister.
conversation when both parties' data is just suggesting.
But
Okay.
Bob,
Yeah,
it it wouldn't matter if it was intrinsic or not. What we should care about is if it's true. It's like saying it's intrinsic because we are on an Earth and we can't actually go up into space or see long distances. That people just think that the Earth is flat, but that wouldn't mean that the Earth is flat.
exactly. But I mean, it just, very interesting when you look at it. People believe in God innately, you know what I'm saying? Common with it's like, kind of, yeah, I mean, like even societies before, like every society had some kind of God or higher power in it. And everybody like goes about this, in their life.
Sure, because
Humans.
from our perspective, they are super versions of us. You're basically to us saying every culture so far has made up excuses when they don't know something and created a superhero version to answer a problem.
No. Innately believe in God. So not really.
Sure. You're
Yeah,
saying
exactly.
innately they have filled their ignorance with God. And I don't
No.
see how that helps
From the
you.
beginning, innately.
From the
So not
beginning,
by
they have been
influence,
filling their ignorance with God.
not feeling. Innately they believe, not by, not influenced or something.
But from our perspective, once again, that is what they're doing. And so it's hard. Like just saying that it happens intuitively or innately
Innately.
doesn't happen to a truth value. If anything, that's saying, look how silly humans are. They innately believe something that isn't true.
Yeah, but you can also look at it this way. In evolution, which is completely false, it haven't been like, well, I'm not false. I would say there is zero evidence for it, and it's kind of stupid. But we will talk about that later. But in evolution, like they say, people developed for like survival and everything and stuff like that, basically. So it would be a little bit weird if all humans, innately believe in God, everybody basically. It's a little bit weird. Shouldn't they be like a little bit different,
No, and I think actually it is like I was saying or like I should be pointing towards Taco. I think it is slowly changing that intuition as people have more secular households. But evolution doesn't have to pick for truth. It just has to pick for what is right. And so if you have a system that just makes people happier, even though it's not true, it actually can be selected for.
I mean, I guess, but yeah, it's very interesting that people innately believe in God. Okay, now moving into evolution. I mean, any cell, it has like millions and millions and millions of
Did
proteins,
you
and
did you just
yeah,
say it's very interesting that people innately believe in God?
yeah.
He's like, okay, we'll just take my
You just
argument
dismissed,
on board and go somewhere
you just
else.
dismissed your and my entire conversation.
I mean, yeah, your study. I mean, I haven't looked into it, but I don't know, man. Well, I haven't looked at it, so it's hard to say, but yeah.
That's really frustrating that you just dismissed your and my conversation.
Okay, I will tell you why. Okay, but just let me speak, please, because like there's two reasons. Just let me finish it, okay? Because this is like Oxford University, and everybody, really everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people just they're not even religious, but they just say I believe in God. They're not even religious.
Those people are called theists,
So
non-religious theists.
just so you know, listed on my study, and I have never mentioned where this study is from at any point in time, is Guy Kahane, philosophy faculty, University of Oxford, Oxford, UK.
It's Oxford again. Oh damn. Oh, well.
Rika
I think we need to beat this
of
Oxford stuff over the head
Experimental
with Harvard.
Psychology, University of Oxford, Oxford, UK.
For real?
Julian Savulescu, philosophy faculty, University of Oxford, Oxford, UK.
I think we need to beat this Oxford stuff over the head with Harvard.
Be the point.
Oh well, I mean, okay, whatever. But it's very
So
likely
continue
that.
what you were saying there. Why you dismissed our conversation?
Okay, another one is that there is a bunch of Christians, Muslims, and people that just say I believe in God, and they say it like with certainty. I believe in God, and yeah. And the atheism is quite new. Everybody before believed in some type of God, one God.
This
Everybody.
study actually shows that they're lying, though, right?
No, atheism is not new. Atheism it predates religion.
Yeah, but nowadays it's like very big.
It's just what's big is people wanting intellectual sovereignty. They want to be their own masters. They don't want to be ruled by some religion, and that's why atheism is coming out. It's a natural emergent property of that.
All right, but you can also be intellectual and religious.
That's true.
Yeah. Okay. Moving into evolution
How does that support your point?
without dismissing Talk's point, but we just say it's quite likely people innately believe in God.
No, the study actually shows the opposite. The more recent
Well,
study with people from Oxford.
And I already put up as evidence the Paraha people who don't even have any concept of it in their language and any words for deities, gods or goddesses. And then I put myself up as evidence because I've never believed in any deities. I've never even had an inclination to believe in any. I've always been an atheist. So
I'm sorry,
I'm here as evidence that refutes your claim.
All right.
But Bra, before you talk, I know it's just hard to see how it would even be a pillar in a good premise of an argument. And so I know you want to talk about evolution. Let's just therefore clear the air because I don't think you're going to convince us on that plank.
Yeah.
What about evolution then are you saying is towards a god?
All right. Okay. So in a cell, there's like millions and millions and millions of proteins, right? And they need to be like perfectly in line and everything for a cell to form, right? Yeah.
Perfectly aligned. I
Yeah.
know about
I don't know.
that.
Yeah, we both not scientists, but yeah, basically, it's like a lot of work in the cell, in a cell, basically. And also, I heard that the one I look at said that the more time it takes to form the cell, the less stable it becomes, and it's yeah. So basically, it's so like kind of ridiculous to think that a cell formed out of nowhere, basically.
A cell didn't form out of nowhere.
Well, like with no like design or like someone planned it. You know what I'm saying?
Why do you think that someone designed it?
Because it is very complex, millions and millions of proteins. So it's yeah.
Sure, is your definition of something that's created something that's complex?
Well, something that's created is something that's created, but something that is complex, leads to like design and thinking and planning, so that something is created and like creating it yourself, basically, designing it yourself. Like a phone.
Can I ask, is a fork complex?
Not really. You take metal, you hammer it, yeah. But a cell is like millions and millions of proteins that needs to be perfectly in line and whatever. You know what I'm saying? The many different types of proteins and everything, and also yeah.
Well, let's just compare these two. On one side, we have a fork, and we agree the fork is highly designed, and we also agree it's simple. And then on the other side, we have a cell that you're saying is
Yeah.
very complex. So it doesn't seem that
Extremely.
complexity has anything to do with design.
What? No. Complexity has to do with design, because if you find a phone and somebody like tells you, yeah, this coincidentally formed, you will maybe slap that person, because it's ridiculous.
Sure, but we don't say that a phone formed on its own. We say phones formed by humans.
Exactly, and maybe cells were formed by God.
Why do you think that?
Because they are insanely complex.
Sure, but complexity, once again, is not a hallmark of design. Can we go back to the fork?
What? A fork is not complex.
Yeah, exactly.
What? What are you saying?
I'm saying that complexity has nothing to do with design. And so if you're saying a cell is complex, therefore it's design, that's a bad
Okay,
argument.
look. If you see like some random stuff like dirt and leaves, okay, you might just think, yeah, this coincidentally formed. But it wasn't coincidentally formed. It was a human that made it. Just a pile of random stuff. However, if you see a phone, you will not say this is coincidentally formed. You like impossible. No way. Doesn't
Yeah,
work like that.
but let's contrast because we have on one side dirt, which comes generally speaking from decomposition of other organisms, and leaves, which come from plants. And on the other hand, you have a phone
Yeah.
and our fork. Both of these things are artificial creations.
Oh, well, look. Phones, very complex. Other stuff, not so much, basically.
Yeah. Forks, not so much.
Exactly. And if you see a complex thing, we will say, yeah, this was designed. If someone says,
And if we
like,
see something very simple, we can say, oh, this was designed.
but however, something very complex, you can be certain, if there is so many of it and it's so extremely complex, you will be certain, yes, this is designed, basically. So someone was there and designed it, basically.
We know that it was designed because it's artificial. A lot of times it has other signatures, like 90-degree angles tend to not happen in nature. However, they do sometimes. And so I don't see how complexity ties to design. In fact, I would almost say not always, but oftentimes we're trying to cut through complexity and make things simple as engineers and designers.
Oh yeah, I think Amy. I mean, I'm sorry, but I think you're a little bit unsincere there. Yeah.
I am a little.
I don't think she's being insincere. She's, in my experience, Amy's always sincere in all her communications.
However, she's saying like complexity doesn't mean design, but complexity and like it's like astonishes you. Then it must be designed. Like, it can't just coincidentally form. Illogical.
We're not saying that it just formed randomly, like the example that theists often give is a tornado through a junkyard. No, there's two differences here. a human comes about through snoo, through sexy time. A
Yeah.
cell phone and a fork get made by humans, whether they are simple or complex.
Well, why does that matter? Something can be made by non-humans.
Sure, I would actually say the only creations that we know of come from animals.
Why do you think so? I mean, if you look at cells, you don't have to see God to basically know He's there. If you look at cells, it's so complex, it's actually insane. And okay, let's move from cells because you're not really accepting it. Okay, birds. Okay, let's say there was like a land animal and he's just started to develop some feathers. I don't know how that is even possible, but we say he started feathers and muscles and whatever, and he started to move them weirdly, and he just died because he moved them weirdly. And it's so illogical to think that birds, they're like machines, bro. They're like machines. Crazy. I don't know if you have seen the birds fly, but like they're actual machines with their instincts and everything. Like it's actually insane. I'm not sure how you could just get that in one pop with evolution. Impossible. Doesn't work like that. And if you don't have these instincts to use the wings and everything, they will just die. You will fall, die, everything. It doesn't work like that,
It happens gradually with evolution. So,
No.
within birds, very specifically, it happened within dinosaurs. We think now that early feathers probably evolved within dinosaurs, so probably coming from some sort of mutation off of scales. And their lighter bodies, they would have had to have gotten lighter and lighter until they were able to have gliding and then eventually true flight.
Oh well, you're not saying how this is logically out of an evolutionist point of view possible. No, just moving some muscles and feathers and like scales or whatever randomly, it will not help you survive. Absolutely not. And you will have to develop the perfect wings, and then not only that, you need to like the perfect programming for the wings and everything, and then you can fly. And use it to survive and be a very good be a very
And
like
no,
meta in the meta basically and survive and everything.
I would actually say that's the Theist model, is that it just poof. The bird was just once there was no bird, and then boom, there was a bird that just could fly and use its muscles and do everything with no knowledge beforehand. Well, with evolution, you have a slow, gradual change. You have
Uh
something that
no,
may have been an arm that slowly gets modified into a wing. You have something that
perfect
works
way
within the I don't know why you keep on using the word perfect. It
because
reminds
it
me
is.
that theists often have these weird purity tests, but there's often nothing perfect.
No, it's perfect the way it is. I believe so. But yeah, it's insane. At least you will agree on that. Birds are like insane, extremely insane.
Birds are cool.
Exactly. Yeah. And evolution doesn't say anything logical about like such stuff. The problem is it's not just birds. It's too
So
many. It's too many.
birds came from like directly from dinosaurs, man.
Yeah, where did dinosaurs get from? And how did they get their
I,
strength?
I don't know. I
Exactly.
don't know what. Dude, listen for a second. So the step before them was either reptiles or amphibians. I don't know what it was offhand. I think it was they were reptiles, right?
I'm
But I think
speaking
there were like
about not just birds.
reptile.
Okay,
I think there were like
dinosaurs.
smaller reptiles prior to them that came from amphibians, which would have come from.
Okay,
I
let's
think
say
I think it would have been like
let's say dinosaurs.
fish, and then like flatworms and shit, and then obviously there's steps in between, right? But like that's
Yeah.
roughly from my understanding that process. So like what's the confusion, right?
No. Even dinosaurs, they will need wings and instincts to move those wings, and not just wings. Things in the back, to
Do
like
you own a
control and
bird?
stuff. Hmm?
Do you own a bird?
No, I have seen them though.
You should own a bird.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, guys, you're not providing anything logical about the extremely complex things all around us. And also, forget about living things, even though there is too many. Wait, I will provide a channel. It's a Christian channel and everything, but yeah, it says like you can't refute God, basically. Wait.
What?
Uh,
Why would anybody need to refute your claim?
Because you are like atheist, so you need to refute that
Well,
God doesn't exist.
if there's no, like we don't have to refute your claim. You have to
Well,
prove
we are
your
discussing
claim,
basically.
and we're just saying like, hey, your points are not good reasons to believe what you believe, right? And
What?
we
They're very
explained
good.
why.
Okay, wait. I will provide this channel. It's a Christian channel, but Christianism is like a mess, But yeah, it's like they still say some logical stuff. I mean, you agree with me that Christianism is like a mess, right?
Christianity, it is kind of a mess because there's contradictions in the Bible. In that respect, there's kind of a mess there.
Yeah, all right. But I will DM Taco the channel or Haven. Can you like DM me in the channel, like the Haven channel? What is it called? So I will send this like
If
video.
in Discord, you're in the Theist Helpline group, right in a category. So just above the Theist Helpline stage, you'll see an entry Heathen Dash Hangout.
Yeah, I
And-
don't see it.
Oh, you
Oh, wait.
don't? Okay.
Yeah. Can you
Maybe,
DM me?
maybe I need to look at the
We'll
ranks
just
or
tag you from
something.
there. So Canadian
Yeah,
Alderman.
yeah.
tagged
Thank
you
you,
from
thank you,
there.
thank you.
Yeah, he's a good guy. You can trust him.
All right. There is a video. Like this is a plant that like works with bees basically. Without bees, it doesn't survive basically. It's made perfectly to attract bees. Like it's like a perfect for. Well, we don't say perfect because you guys don't believe in that. But like it's
Hey,
extremely complex.
hang on a sec. No, don't say we don't believe in perfect.
All
That's
right, all right.
you don't have a reason to support that. I know many atheists who believe that perfection is possible. Well, some atheists anyway.
Okay, but we can all agree that if you look at this plant, it's extremely like complex and crazy. Like it's basically a stand that looks like a female bee. The male bee comes, like it's perfectly in place that he like takes something out of it and goes to the next like flower, and then the flowers basically can mate basically. And also it uses
Talking
a
about the
scent.
process of pollination.
So
Yeah.
real quick, we explained why birds are dinosaurs, and somehow you're going to a totally different example
Yeah,
of
because
evolution.
you guys didn't logically say how like flight could have formed or how a cell could have formed, like and
Yes,
all
we
this
can.
crazy stuff.
Why would we have to say any of that?
Because we
Are
are
you
in a
talking about like the
discussion.
first cell?
Yeah, first cell,
The
flight.
process of abiogenesis.
Uh, what do you say?
The process of abiogenesis.
What is that? It's just a word.
Yeah, the process of life from pre-existing organic materials
Yeah,
or life forming.
but it's not really very logical. How of because of how complex any
There's
cell
an
is.
entire field of scientific research behind it. It's totally logical. What are you talking about?
Not really. If it's very complex, you can't think it's like coincidentally formed. Okay, maybe one thing, oh, you will accept, oh, okay, maybe it formed. But the thing is, it's all over the place. So many animals, so many like stuff, and like flight. How did that form? Like it's
This
once you
isn't
like
an
think,
argument.
it's
But
very a good argument actually.
but
Very
Bra,
good.
it's
Just
not
saying,
only
I don't agree. I don't like these things. These things I don't think fall in line. That's not an argument. That's just
No,
you
that's
saying
very
you
good
don't
argument.
like stuff. We cited the body of scientific research on the topic, right?
Yeah, but I mean, flight. How did that form? Basically, absolutely nothing logical about it, and
Whether
also,
any of us can sit here for 20 minutes and explain that process to you or not, 2 minutes, or however long it would take somebody that knows how to explain that process, kind of like Richard Dawkins did with the eye in the YouTube video where he explains it by step. I think it took about 20 minutes. Whether any of us
right.
have that level of scientific understanding or not is irrelevant to the body of scientific research
Doesn't really need too much
suggesting the
science,
topic is the case.
But flight is also not that hard. It happens
What?
within nature often, as it had happened within
Yeah,
birds. It happened
exactly.
once within
It proves God.
ants, and that proliferated. It happened once within bees, and that proliferated. And so
I
I
mean,
just
that is
like.
happening. You can finish. You can finish. I'm sorry.
Well, no, it's just that it is amazing, and it
Thank you.
is still rare within. So within even ants and bees, the mutation seems to have only happened once. However, nature does seem to know how to make flight, and so while it may be like the super crazy thing to us, it is just the everyday to the bee.
No, it's the everyday to to God because it's too easy for him. Maybe, maybe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But it's crazy.
Certainly
Flight
a
is crazy.
claim.
That is all over the place. Like it's actually crazy. And also this video of like the plant, I'm pretty sure it's a scientist speaking about it, and yeah, he like speaks about like how crazy it actually is because it's too risky for a species to try to communicate with another species and like bet its existence on like the communication, because if you try to make like scent to attract the bee, it maybe it does the opposite. And if even if you attract it, if the form where like how the bee comes to you, tries to eat from you, and then it gets the thing that pollinates the other flower. Well, there is a problem here that you haven't seen the video and how crazy this flower actually is. But yeah, it's actually crazy. It communicates with bees like very insane,
Okay.
and also the form
I,
how it's shaped also.
No, go
I
Taka.
feel like you're just continuously showing fallacious reasoning, even when we address it. And I don't know what more productive conversation we can have other than just pointing out fallacy or poor reasoning every
Well,
time you do it.
I could argue like that you guys are a little bit insincere, but I don't know.
I mean, we've been pointing them out, and
You
you're
haven't.
just like, this is the point. You're just like brushing it off, like it
Yeah,
never
because
happened.
okay, I will tell you why. Actually, I will tell you sincerely why. Please don't get mad.
Well, no, you're
Because
not sincere because you're just brushing
what?
off everything. We're having a conversation here, and you're just like brushing it off, man.
Yeah, this it's a little bit disrespectful, but okay, I will tell you sincerely why I'm doing so. And yeah, sincerely, it will get you a little bit mad, but like, please just let me finish. I'm doing this because I think you guys aren't providing any logical explanation to the things I provided. Please let me finish. And like, I also have firm belief in
Real quick,
God
if
and
your
everything.
reasoning is illogical, as in it's fallacious, or just like with the top, let's just look at the studies, right? So we went over the studies. I had a more recent study from similar sources that you were rejecting because it wasn't from Oxford or didn't have people from
Uh,
Oxford or whatever the complaint was. And then
yeah,
I read off several authors of that study from Oxford, and you're
yeah,
still brushing it off. That was literally your objection. I
I
just
mean,
never mentioned where they were from, right? And I
yeah,
pointed out the error in reasoning earlier in the conversation that you were, I think it was a genetic fallacy that you were saying because the authors of the study aren't from Oxford, you're dismissing the
yeah,
study. And so
yeah.
I just pointed that out. I never mentioned where they were from. And then we continued the conversation,
That's
and you
true. That's
continued
true.
to dismiss it for the same reason. And then I pointed out how it's a more recent study. It's through the peer review process, trying to avoid mentioning where these studies are from because there's a rigorous peer review process these studies have to go through. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, Oxford is a great
No, I'm not sure about that.
university. It's a great study, right? Both of them
Right.
are, right? But
Right.
that was the point. They're both through the peer review process. And so, even when I presented that this study had authors from Oxford University, 20 minutes later, it goes full circle, and you're saying there was no errors in my reasoning, no fallacious reasoning. My thought processes are working perfectly. But we just circled back to the start of this conversation, and you just admitted that. And I pointed out about 3 minutes ago how you're being
Bro,
intellectually dishonest in this conversation by doing this.
I
And
mean,
you admitted it a moment ago, right?
yeah,
So were there errors in your reasoning?
okay, I will speak now. Yes, you pointed out the research, but I did not really take you too much serious on that. And it's basically because I have firm belief in what I believe, and you might think that's stupid. I mean, whatever. And also because this study, I'm sure of it. The one I linked, I'm sure of it. So basically, and your study, I wasn't too much sure of it, and yeah, that was a little bit unnice of me and a little bit dishonest. But yeah, so in the moment, basically, you pointed that out, and I corrected it. I said the thing I linked says that humans innately believe, but your thing suggests that might be untrue, right? Yeah.
Okay, so you just said that it was a little bit dishonest. Was it your intention to be deceptive?
Not deceptive.
Well,
I just have
that's what dishonest. That's what telling a lie is. It's
no,
it's a
not
deception.
deceptive.
It's your intention to lie to us. Was it?
Well, not really. I just have
Okay.
firm belief in what I believe. So
So why did you call it? Why did you just say that you lied to us?
because I'm trying to be honest. Yeah.
Okay, so you were before that. Were you trying to be dishonest with us? Like, this is a serious question. I'm trying to understand because we expect people are going to be honest when they get on the stage with us.
I mean, no. Before I wasn't trying to be dishonest. I just didn't believe Taco, basically. And
So
the research.
basically, okay. Let me clarify. So what perhaps when you said you were being dishonest a little bit, you meant to say something else, that it was just inaccurate or something.
Basically, well, a lot of factors are going into it.
I'm sorry. I'm just asking you a question. Did you actually mean to say something else other than dishonest? That the dishonest was the wrong word?
I mean, I'm not sure what you're talking about now.
Okay, you just said the words a moment ago. It was a little bit dishonest of you to say something. Now, are you trying? Like, I'm not getting clear answers from you when I'm asking you to confirm. Was it your intention
I
to be?
think he meant to say the term disingenuous based on context clues, and I think that's why you're asking, because it sounded more like disingenuous to you. I was using the term intellectually dishonest because I felt like he was lying to himself there through dismissing his fallacious reasoning for no reason.
Okay, then scratch that line of questioning. Taco cleared it up. Thank you. I'm sorry. So, and I do still want to get into,
something.
Sorry, I still want to get into this point where you think that you disagree with me on me never having any inclination to believe in a goddess or a god. But go ahead, Amy.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't pushing the button. I just wanted to ask you a question after I point out. So, bees and flowers, they have a mutual relationship. Flowers, at least flowering plants, are a very new evolutionary development. And so, the reason that they communicate with each other is more that the flower offers something. They almost put up a for sale sign and say, look, I have this wonderful thing. The bee goes over and they get nectar, they get pollen all over their cute body, and then they go over to other plants and end up pollinating them. Yeah. I don't know if they have a conscious decision in this, but they have formed a mutual benefactory relationship. Now, when it comes to dinosaurs, how do they know that? That's what I mean. They don't know that.
How did they do that? But it's very complex how they communicate with each other.
Through the process that I just said, as
very
in
risky
the flower puts up a for sale sign, which is their reproductive organ.
How did it evolve to do that? It's very risky to evolve based on another being, basically.
Sure. Well, so a symbiotic relationship forms multiple times. I would say it actually happened from multicellular into from single cellular into multicellular, because that is what our mitochondria are. They have a type of relationship where they're pumping out energy for us. And so, oh no,
I
go
just want to
continue.
point out he said because it's something along the lines of because it's risky to
Yeah,
evolve alongside another
another.
organism, and that
Yeah,
just
yeah.
demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of the evolutionary process.
No, okay. Look,
I was just
I'll
going to
tell
say, I
you
was just going to address that. Evolution is impartial to risk. That's all I was going to say.
what is impartial to risk.
And
What does that mean?
so it means that it's actually open to taking some risks, as in it wants to be stable. However, sometimes there is an advantage that overrides that.
Yeah, but I'm saying that if something develops in a way, on its way in development, it can be very risky and like almost impossible to clear that task of the completely developing to a new thing that does a thing basically. And one of it is communicating with the bees, because if you try to develop a scent to like attract the bee, it might just do the opposite. And your like stand where the
So
bee
this is where
comes.
your understanding of the evolutionary processes have failed you, right? So the ones that don't attract the bees died off.
Yeah, basically you're saying this coincidentally formed,
It's
and
not coincidental, right?
no, it
The
is. You,
ones that
as an
the
atheist,
ones that were able to have their pollen spread by bees because they attracted the bees or it tasted better to the bees or
basically coincidence.
whatever.
Basically
Sure,
coincidence.
but
Yeah, I'm
not
saying that it's quite
none of the
impossible to do that,
survival
even in
is
the
a
coincidence.
coincidence, or none of that is a coincidence, right? It's
No, what?
there's a change in a random don't know how all that works down to the level, but there's a
Well,
small change in something, some gene and or whatever in the flower, right? However that works.
Yeah, I'm
And
saying it's quite impossible to
I'm
do that,
not a biologist,
even
but
by the coincidence.
but if I could use
no,
my
that
favorite
happens. That's what I'm
example,
saying. That stuff happens, right? That's evolution, right? There's a change in the allele frequency
Evolution
over time,
theory,
right? And so
evolution theory.
something changes over time, and say it's doing good, right? And then all of a sudden it becomes like super tasty. I mean, you could just for an example of this is marijuana, right? So marijuana, people have bred from in nature from I don't know what percentage, but it's like super crazy insane now, right? Like strength wise, I should say. And it I don't know what to tell you there, man.
Exactly.
This is
It's
an
very logical what
example.
I'm
No,
saying.
no, no. Listen, this is an example of this happening, guided by humans in a short period of
Humans
time.
are
What
intelligent.
I'm providing to you is similar to the example that you're providing of bees and flowers, right?
Not
So
really.
there's a gene or something in the flower that expresses in this flower that the bees are drawn to, right? And so the bees spread this pollen and these flowers are able to reproduce better than the other flowers in the environment. So if there's not as much wind or whatever other natural processes the other flowers are able to reproduce by fail, these ones survive because
It's
they have
coincidence.
these symbiotic processes with the bees occurring.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not. I guess you can say that doesn't matter. That's not an objection to. It doesn't matter if it's a coincidence, right? It's not an
It quite
objection. That's
matters.
you
Like
saying you
phones.
don't like it and you're disingenuous, so you're
What?
dismissing it because you think coincidence means bad.
Okay,
But
look, look, look.
it's natural processes that are occurring. If you're saying everything is a fucking coincidence, you're just going to
Uh,
dismiss everything?
if I could
look,
just
look.
bounce off of what Taco was saying,
Yeah,
how
yeah,
natural selection works. Imagine that we are in a forest. There
yeah.
are green and blue butterflies, okay?
Yeah,
They both had mutations
yeah,
randomly. They didn't choose to be green and they didn't choose to be blue.
exactly.
So now they're going off within this forest. Now all of them sleep within the treetops. One by one, the blue butterflies get eaten because they don't have a form of camouflage to protect them. Slowly but surely, we only have green butterflies left. Now,
Exactly.
okay. I mean, that is natural selection in action. That is evolution.
Exactly. Now I will please let me talk. I'm saying that it's quite impossible in the plant that I provided to you and flight. Because in the plant I provided to you, you need a perfect, basically perfect communication with the bees. Not perfect, very good. And your how the flower is formed and like the stand of it where the bee like comes and sits on it and like how it picks up the thing that pollinates the other bee. Like it's actually, if you look at the video, it's actually insane. I'm saying that basically natural selection with this one is quite impossible because if you basically develop the scent, you need to develop the perfect stand that looks like a female bee to attract the bee. Also, not just the scent, and also it needs to be like very good placement of extremely good placement of the thing that pollinates the other flower, and you need all of these things, and you can't basically and if the bee just says no, I'm not taking any of this, and the scent is not good, or the form of the flower is not good, you are gonna die off. I'm saying it's quite impossible for this thing to develop basically logically.
But I'm also pushing back on that. It sounds like an irreducibly complex argument, which we know does not happen within biology. Once again,
What?
to go, yes, it is a pseudoscience, it's pushed by creationists. Things aren't irreducibly complex. So, we know that from dinosaurs, they had modified hands that eventually would become wings. My question to you,
Uh,
how did God make a wing?
he just can, basically.
This is what I mean, though.
Yeah.
Can you
The-
imagine the if we gave that argument back to you and it was just like, I don't know, nature could just do it.
So so this
No,
this
we design.
I just watched like 4 minutes of this, and this is just describing what I described and saying God did it.
Yeah, I'm saying that it's insanely complex and insanely
So
risky to develop.
basically your argument is everything I said and then God did it.
What? I'm not sure what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that
For
this
bees,
flower.
for bees and flowers and how these processes work.
Okay, look, what I'm saying
They're
is
just
that
saying God did it.
yeah, which is much more logical than it just randomly formed, and it's extremely
Bro,
risky for
bro,
this to form.
what
It's
are the
quite impossible.
processes that God did it through?
Well, he just is God basically. That's what we believe.
But
You know that
I know
God.
he's God. What are the processes that God did it?
Okay, what we believe is God is the
I don't
creator
care
of all
what
of
you
this.
believe. I'm asking you what processes do you know that God did it through?
Well, I don't know how God did it, man. Haven't seen
You
him do
don't
it.
know how God did it? I
No,
just told you how it happened naturally. Oh my
no, you
God.
didn't. You
In this
didn't.
worldview comparison, my worldview is more coherent
Okay, look,
because it better coheres with reality.
you're not logical here. Look,
I am
if
logical. I just did a
uh,
worldview comparison
look,
with
look,
you.
look. If
Dude,
like somebody,
bro, we just did a
please, let me
worldview
speak.
In
comparison.
Let me
fact,
speak.
if I could just give a counter argument, see if you could defeat this, brah. You wanted an
Okay.
explanation for how the wing came about. All right, are you
Yeah,
ready?
yeah, yeah.
Nature did it.
Bro, we need intelligence design. Okay, look, I will answer Taco here. If like somebody created a phone, I don't need to know how that somebody created a phone. You know, I don't need to know for him to like do it. Basically, he is intelligent. He made the phone, and when you look at the phone, you see that it's insanely complex. You know, it can't just coincidentally happen. I did not know
That's
how
not
he created.
analogous because we can describe those processes. When we asked you what processes God did it through, you said, I don't know. So
Yeah.
not only is your analogy
I don't need to
disanalogous,
know.
in the
I don't need to know.
worldview comparison, you lost. And so
No,
if we're doing a battle of worldview comparisons, I think you would have to adopt
no, I'm
my
providing.
worldview for coherency purposes.
Not really. I mean, I think my worldview is much more logical. God is all powerful, unintelligent. He created all of these extremely complex things.
How?
Like just
How did he
one
create
cell.
any of this? Tell me
Why do
those
you need to know
processes.
how? Why do you need?
Then why did you ask me how do these processes you fucking asked me those questions? You
Yes,
asked
I did ask
me
you.
those questions and I gave you answers. I
You did not.
gave you the answers to
You
the
did not.
exact questions that I'm asking you, and you cannot give me a single answer back
can.
besides, bruh, I don't know, but it's right.
No.
That's
I
literally
actually
how you
provided.
sound.
I actually provided. You know, we have what I
Oh, you
believe
provided
basically. Yeah.
nothing. You said God did it. And so I'm going to give you one more chance. I'm going to pull the Darth
All right.
Dawkins because
All right.
this is taking a very long time. So provide the process which you think any of
Okay.
this happened that God did it by. Or
All right.
provide these
All right.
God-given processes or whatever the fuck you think happened.
All right. Can I say something else though? Just let me speak for a little bit, and then you can just choose to do whatever you want. All right?
No, I want
What?
processes.
You are being a little bit stubborn here.
I gave you the processes when you
You did not.
asked me
Not though.
the explanation of the processes. I've taken the time multiple times to explain natural processes to you, and I'm asking you, what are these supernatural God processes? Tell me about these supernatural God processes. That's the point of this stage.
All right. I'll tell you. Okay. I will tell you this. That just something extremely complex, coincidentally forming, even by natural selection and whatnot. And also, natural selection had its limit. You know, it's risky basically. Natural selection basically it goes by. It makes you it makes it
Sorry,
easier
bro,
to
but I gotta
survive.
interrupt you. So, attacking
What? I
another
can't even speak.
person's position or other positions does not prove your position.
All right, so basically you're saying, okay, what I'm saying basically that the position of like evolution, which is just a evolution theory, but the
I
position of it.
don't care about any of this.
All right,
I'm
all right.
asking for the God processes.
All right,
Go.
I will tell you.
Give
I
me God
swear I will tell you.
processes.
I swear I will tell you. I swear I will tell you. The God process, all right? But it needs like 4 lines behind it, all right? I think it's much more logical that something just coincidentally forming is much more logical than that an all-powerful, extremely intelligent being creates this extremely complex thing, and normally, you know, coincidentally, that's what you guys say. Well, the ones that believe in
None of
evolution.
this is providing any
Well,
God
it is.
process.
It
So,
is. It
I'm going
is.
to
It
provide
is.
you an example.
It
So,
is.
when you asked about evolution, I explained the definition of evolution, change in allele frequencies over time. And then I kind of gave a poor explanation
Yeah. How does
as
that
to
happen, though?
how that would happen
Not really.
in nature. So I'm
Not really.
asking you the same question you asked me, except about these God processes.
All right. All right. This is like a circle, and it's quite pointless. However, I'm saying like an extremely complex thing, like a phone, uh, coincidentally happening. Basically, coincidentally happening. I think
None
it's
of
much more.
this is you explaining God processes.
I'm literally explaining it.
Did
If you
God
see a
did God take pieces of his essence and then do
well,
magic and cause the Big Bang? Or did
look,
God create out of nothing a
uh,
universe piece
yeah, I'm
by
just gonna say
piece
this.
and hand build the planet and make
This is
people out
actually the
of
last time,
dust?
and you can
Or
kick me
what are
after
these
this.
God processes that occurred?
All right, yeah, this is actually the last time I'll speak, and if you say it's illogical, you can just kick me.
The only
However,
person saying the word illogical is you. I'm asking for God
exactly,
processes.
Well,
no,
and coincidentally, if you could just remove the word coincidentally, because that tends to be a straw man.
not really. Okay, look. If you
Yes,
see,
really.
well, I will just speak right now. Sorry, whatever. If you see a phone out there and someone says to you, it
This is
coincidentally
not
formed,
you
and
explaining
then
God
somebody else
processes.
to you, so and then somebody says to you that somebody intelligent made this thing, you will go with the somebody intelligent made this thing. Basically, that's what I'm saying.
You're just
Yes.
appealing to
Well,
ignorance and not providing God processes.
he's making
I
a
don't need to
watchmaker
provide them. I
argument.
don't need
We've
to
heard
provide
the
them.
watchmaker argument for a few hundred years. We don't believe in watchmakers because a watch is made by a human. So when you go onto a beach, the sand was not made by an agent.
Even then, saying watchmaker does not equate God processes. I'm
Okay,
asking
look.
you about the God processes. Tell me how God did it.
I don't need to know how he did it. I just know he's all
Okay,
powerful, all
that's the
intelligent, which is
conversation
logical.
then,
All
because
right.
The
that was our
watchmaker is always
contention.
on time.
What the hell, man? I mean, look, I'm just saying that it is extremely more logical that to think that somebody all powerful, all intelligent, developing an extremely complex thing, that someone saying this coincidentally happening. And the problem is not just coincidences. There is a bunch of these coincidences happening all over the place. And like the flight, basically, light flight. It's how do you even develop that, basically, and not just die in natural selection, because you need
Once again,
extremely good
addressing other
instinct.
people's positions does nothing to confirm your position. I'm
It does
sorry,
though.
man. I've been
Does
pointing this out over and
does though.
over, and
This
you
is basically
just
logical thinking.
pointed out that you're ignoring this entire conversation. So
You're
at
ignoring
Before
it.
this
you
point,
kick him, can I
I
ask
have
one
to.
more question?
Yeah.
One last question. Can I,
All
or
right.
actually maybe two, Bra? So are you saying that things that are complex need a creator?
Yeah, basically.
Okay,
Not
cool.
all
No.
things.
Just
What?
no. That's funny how you try to put an asterisk. Because my next question,
Uh,
very simply, of course, is God complex?
God? I mean, I don't know, man. I haven't seen God.
So God may be simple.
I don't know. I mean, he created all of this, and so he must be I don't all powerful, all intelligent. That's all I know. I haven't seen God. I don't
All
know how he
intelligence
looks.
sounds kind of complex.
Yeah, I guess.
And therefore, so let's work through this. God
Yeah,
is complex. Things that are complex need a creator. Therefore, God needs a
no
creator.
problem. No problem. And you go in an infinite chain, basically. This needs a creator, this needs a creator, this needs a creator, and it doesn't end. So it's illogical. However, if you put an end on that chain and you say there was an uncreated thing, it's like the only logical thing, uncreated like entity that created all of this. And when you look at all the stuff around us, extremely complex, extremely cool, everything, the universe, this entity that was uncreated, which is on the only logical thing how everything came to be, that created everything basically. Because you can't have an infinite chain. Oh, this created this created this. You need to stop it at some point.
Well,
Uncreated thing,
you
or
actually
otherwise
can
don't
have
exist.
an infinite regress. It just sounds
But
like you're saying that it is this one thing that is
yeah,
very special.
yes, and that's why we exist now. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, have you ever heard of special pleading?
What does that mean?
That means that you just think this one thing's special, and
I
therefore,
don't. I'm just thinking logically. Because you can literally just go what created this, and it doesn't end literally. So at some point, like, you say, how did I come to be, like all these magnificent things, how did they come to be? And you go like this, uh, an uncreated thing created these all created things, and then the chain stopped basically,
So
and
this
we
is quite
exist.
common that people do ask this kind of question, and science does provide a lot of great answers for this. So,
Science did not create the universe, by the way.
now we probably do need to move on to some more guests. I really want to get into the point that you made though before you go, where you're claiming that where you were disagreeing with what I said earlier
Yeah.
about how I've never had any inclination to believe in any deities. So
Yeah.
go ahead. Why do
Very
you think that what I'm saying is wrong?
All right, very respectfully, very respectfully. I don't think I don't think you are a very good source because you're an atheist, and you might just have an agenda, and you're just one person basically. You can you maybe you just haven't saw you maybe you just innately believed in God. You really didn't think about it, and you just maybe forgot because I
What
don't
is
know
it?
how old
What
are you.
is it? What is it about being an atheist that makes me not a good source of telling you about who I am?
I mean, because we just might. I mean, you might just have an agenda, basically. I think, yeah. And also, how
Well,
old
so
are you?
hang on a
How
second.
old are you?
Sorry, because I'm an atheist, I have an agenda. Is that what you're trying to say?
Not really, not really. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
Okay,
I don't
I
know.
don't know why you're even suspecting that because, a Christian could have an agenda, a Muslim could
Yeah,
have an
yeah,
agenda.
yeah.
So I don't even know why that's relevant. I think it's superfluous. Are you willing to remove that?
Oh, all right. I'm willing.
Okay.
But
So why is it that you think, in that case, I'll go back to my question. Why do you think that I'm not a good source of information about myself?
because I see all these people. They say, yeah, I believe in God, and also I see these studies. They point that out, and also I have the Quran, which says so that people are innately born with believing in God, and the Quran has many evidences, no contradictions. It's perfectly preserved, and all that stuff.
Bro, he just
Okay, so
dismissed
when
our
it comes to
entire
the Holy
conversation.
Quran, I
Yeah,
think that it's fair to say that the Holy Quran does provide a lot of insight into understanding Muslims. I don't
yeah.
think that the Holy Quran is a very good source of information on atheism. Would you agree with
Uh,
that?
I mean, if it's a book from God, then it's a very good source for everybody, because God, if it's what says it's true and it's from God, and God is there
I find
basically.
this interesting because you are considering that perhaps I have an agenda. So
Yeah,
I've just told you straightforward. I've never believed in any gods or goddesses throughout my entire life. I've never felt compelled to or inclined to,
okay,
and then yet you're going to go to a holy book. You're going to refer to a holy book, the
yeah,
Holy Quran, to say that you know better. And this
no,
book was written, hang on, the book was written approximately 1400 years ago or
yes,
more by people who don't understand
see,
psychology and don't understand neurology or things like that or science
not
like
that,
we do today. So you're
not really.
taking a source that is less credible than your average grade 3 here in Canada.
Not really. Okay, look, I will list the points. I will list the points. I'm not sure how old you are, so maybe you forgot that you
I'm
actually
50.
innately believe.
I'm 50 years old. Go ahead.
Exactly. Maybe you just forgot that you innately believed, and you're an atheist.
I did not forget.
Right, and maybe you want to forget to what you believed, and you maybe just
I
when you
never
were
believed. I told you already. I've never believed in any deities.
yeah, and you were maybe influenced when you were little, and you
Nope,
maybe when
nope.
you're little.
I was not. My parents decided that they would not push religion into my life. That would be something for me to figure out and decide on my own when I'm in my late teens.
All right, and also maybe you did not just think about all this stuff when you were little, and you confused that with not innately believing, and also
Why does it matter when I think about it?
because if you don't think about it, you will not remember that you actually innately believed.
Okay, you don't understand. I just told you that I do remember that I've never believed in deities.
All right, but I will move to the other points, which is a lot of people, believe in God, and they're not even religious, any kind of religion. They just believe in God. A lot of studies points out to people like innately believing in God, and
Okay, so
earlier societies, and
I take issue with the innate part. I don't take issue with the part that you're saying there are theists who are not part of religions. There are people who believe in a deity or multiple deities
yeah,
and they're not part of any religion. I agree with you on that. That is a fact. That's
and
fine.
also
Where
studies,
I have a problem is when you say that it's innate for people. It may be for some people, or it may seem that way for some people. But the thing is, the prerequisite, the reason I have a problem with it is, I'm just going to explain quickly. The reason I have a problem with it is because the prerequisite for believing in a god or a goddess is to have at least a partial understanding of what that is that you're believing in before you can believe in it. If you have absolutely no concept of something, it's not possible for you to form a belief in it. So the deity has to either be something you've learned from somebody else, which seems to be the case for the vast majority of people. They're being taught what Allah is, Allah, or however it's pronounced. I'm sorry, or Jesus, or Buddha, or Vishnu, or whatever, and they're learning about that concept. And once they have that concept available, even if it's only an incomplete concept, but it's sufficient enough for them to believe in it, then they can believe in it. And then there's the other side of that, which is there's probably, I suspect, a much smaller, minuscule, smaller group of people who create the idea of a deity on their own, in their own minds. So at either point, this is why I have a problem with the thing saying blanket, it's innate belief. It's something that in the vast majority of cases seems to be taught.
Not really. I mean, you say seems, but the studies point out to that it's innate belief, and they take people from countries where they are like atheist or like they just don't think about this stuff. And there's a bunch of islands that were discovered that
Bingo. They don't think about it. That's why they don't believe in it. They don't have it in their thoughts, and that's exactly the case. Because if we're not thinking about these things, why are we going to be inclined to believe in them? People generally seem to be taught on this kind of thing, and I say seems to be because I don't know for certain how many people are taught to think it and how many come up with these ideas on their own.
Or basically now I see you have an agenda because you said you don't know, but you said you don't know how these things are taught, but you don't know also can mean that it's actually innately believed.
Because I'm being clear on my position here. I'm not making assumptions as much as I can possibly help it. So I'm trying to be as objective as possible. You're turning around and claiming that I have an agenda when that has nothing to do with any of this when we're trying to deal with the brass tacks facts here.
Yes, and I'm saying there's studies, there's a lot of people,
Great.
and there is my Quran, which is like has no contradictions, perfectly preserved by a guy paid 2 million to prove that's actually.
I don't think there's any more conversation, and we might find.
Just give me a sec here. So if the thing is that people are innately believing in this God, then there should be no need for people to read the doctrine every day. The innate belief should take care of it.
Not really, because
No,
you can
you have doubts in this. You have doubts as well, then. Okay.
Randolph, we already demonstrated his position is possibly false through his study. I mean, he said there are no contradictions in the Quran, right?
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. So that we know those exist.
Yeah.
So at this point, there's nowhere we can go.
Let me just bring this in. So, Abdullah, you've not provided me with anything that convinces me that I'm wrong about myself, having never believed in this stuff and in any deities. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you like 30 seconds to finish up because we do need to move on to another guest, but we can have you in the future. And I do appreciate your back and forth with this. The study you brought, as Taco pointed out, and cited other studies that came later that are newer that point out that it's wrong. I think
with people from Oxford, mind you.
Yeah, from the same university. He didn't hit you over the head with Harvard. He kept it within the same university. So, but I'll just say that it hasn't convinced me. But if you want to make your final statement, please go ahead. We'll give you 30 seconds to do that before we move on.
Yeah, I will not try to convince you of that, but I will say, just think about how complex everything is. The moon, how it's expanding the universe at a rate where everything doesn't just go too crazy like distance, and it doesn't just get sucked up again in a big bang, and all of this stuff. And think about which is more logical, just coincidence or God, which is all powerful, all intelligent. and the Quran. There's many miracles in it. There's many prophecies by Prophet Muhammad, like Surah
Okay,
Al-Tariq.
that's 30 seconds. Thank you for
All
the
right, guys.
Yep.
preaching.
Thank
We
you very much.
appreciate
All right,
we
guys.
appreciate the
for coming on.
preaching. Have a good one.
Whatever, man.
Have a good day. Okay, yeah, that's see, he's going on and he's impressed by complexity, and I think if with a better understanding of how a lot of things evolve and come together, then the complexity won't be so impressive as far as convincing somebody that there was an intelligent design behind it. The complexity is just an emergent property of all the variety that we have in reality, I think. What do you think, Taco or Amy?
I agree. I've tried to convey complexity is not the hallmark of design. Oftentimes we're looking for simplicity. Many designed things are complex. However, that is not the correct correlation.
I think it's self-evident that none of this is designed and that he's lying to himself in his unrighteousness. And he demonstrated that. He demonstrated his level of intellectual dishonesty. And it was interesting to watch because we provided a study that directly contradicted him from people from the university that he was claiming was superior. That was an interesting encounter.
Indeed, it was.
And then he just made wild claims with no support. I think the most fun part of that was a fun one. I'm not going to lie. But I think the most fun part of that was asking him to demonstrate explain the God processes, right? Because we actually took the time all of us took the time to explain various processes and things that occur in nature. And when we ask him about the God thing, he just says, "I don't know," but it's right. Like it's can be some correct answer just because he's saying it's correct.
And
I
it's
think
in the
he's
Holy
lying to
Quran.
himself every step of the way.
Yeah,
Also,
it's in his holy book. Sorry, Amy, go ahead.
no, just the last thing is that yes, flight is amazing. I mean, I think part of the inspiration for why we built planes is because we looked at other organisms and had a wish for flight. However, it's not impossible. I mean, we proved this ourselves. Nature has been doing it for quite a while. And we know how it evolved, just like the eye, which is another amazing mechanism that is now quite well known.
And the claim that there's an agenda is actually a personal attack. And when people resort to that, that's usually an indication that they don't have confidence in their own argument.
And
Jake,
I did make a claim there that somebody pinned me about. So I said that it's self-evident that none of this is designed. And so I'll back it up with one piece of evidence that I think will convince everybody here. There is a vein in giraffes that loops all the way around their big ass neck and loops all the way back around. It uses more energy than if there was a direct route. It's more at risk for death because it could get damaged, cut, whatever. There's more area where it could be hurt. This is an obvious example of unintelligent design.
I think people have that too. JCC68, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
It's very evident on giraffes.
Thanks a lot, Randolph. Thanks a lot, Randolph.
Happy
You
New
can call me.
Year. Thanks for
Happy New Year,
joining us.
man. Yeah, you bet. You can call me James.
James. Thank you, James. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I find it interesting having discussions with theists, and they make the statement that this God that is immaterial does not have the capability of thinking, that it's just in its nature. Then they conflate it by saying that it makes decisions. So I always find that interesting that they don't accept that, atheists don't think that there is a thinking agent that is responsible for the universe. There's not a thinking agent that's responsible for reality in which we live in. And a lot of our responses are like, well, it's within the nature. Nature does what it does. It's just within its nature. They don't accept that, but they want us to accept that it's in God's nature. So it seems very conflating, as I want to say.
Thank you. Hey, what's on your mind today, aside from that?
That's about it. It's interesting talking to theists that just are. I think when you hold them down and ask them a direct question, they always avoid the question and come back with other information to divert the topic.
You know, I've heard theists and religious people make this observation about certain atheists as well. In particular, Darth Dawkins is one who, and his supporters seem to make that claim an awful lot. Of course, they're also starting with a poisoned well in their set of questions that kind of requires things a little differently. But nonetheless, it's for some, it's even a goal to get there. I like to try to give people the benefit of the doubt and try to hear them out and understand things better. And if I've misunderstood something, I'll correct and say, okay, I misunderstood. Let's move forward with this with the corrected understanding. And some people don't want to do that, and that's unfortunate. So we do try to do that here, and I do know theists who will do that as well.
Oh yeah, you guys hold a good stage. It's awesome. I enjoyed it.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank
man.
you so much.
Ladies,
Well,
bud.
Happy New Year to you.
What's up,
that was
Leo?
nice. Leo, yes. Let's see. Leo Da Vinci,
hello
555. Hello, welcome. How are you today?
I'm doing very well, I must say. What about you guys?
Pretty
Good. It's a pleasure to have you on. What can we do for you?
Thank you. Now, just just by like I'm obviously like at my computer just multitasking, and I'm kind of seeing that like in the side chat that people are really eager to, like, some of the theists to kind of get in here and like have discussions. And then like I was just wondering if you guys would be open to kind of possibly letting in another like a theist in here to like for us to have a conversation or something.
Yeah, you're thinking about somebody in particular, I think. Normally, we just bring up one guest at a time, but I would suggest get in touch with Taco and see if you can be a host on the show with us at some point. We'd be happy.
Oh, okay.
We'd want to talk with you a bit first and make sure it's going to be the right kind of show for you. But yeah, just maybe take that offline with Taco. That'd be great.
Okay, fair enough.
Did you have anything you wanted to add or some commentary on something you've heard today?
Well, I mean, given the fact that that I've heard these, I guess, like theistic arguments like plenty of times, as you guys might have as well, I would just say that like I'm familiar with like the unsubstantiated like claims that that is like a very, I guess, reoccurring tendency of like plenty of theists. Like they would just what would you say, like make a claim about, for example, when it comes to like causal notions, like they would just say that to a chain of causality, then there needs to be a first cause, which would be immaterial in nature, and then not substantiate the reason why. So I guess like yeah, I would just say that like same old.
Yeah, they're setting up a requirement, an expectation that there must be a first and only one cause, and then they try to fit their deity into that cause.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'll ask them, what about the possibility of multiple causes? Like if they get into the Big Bang Theory, then I will say something like, well, the possibility of multiple Big Bangs occurring at the same time. My understanding is Penrose and Hawking updated the theory of the Big Bang to support multiple Big Bangs, so it could be consistent with quantum physics. But I haven't read that study. I want to. I'm trying to find it. But it seems to kind of make sense to me because we see galaxies that are heading for each other in what seems to be an expanding universe. So if there are multiple Big Bangs causing things to move off in different directions, this certainly could certainly help to explain this, I would think, from a logical standpoint at least. So but then it seems that they don't like that, and they'll say, "Oh well, it's not possible for there to be multiple at once." And I say, "Well, why not? What would be the limiting factor in the universe that would prevent something from happening, or in reality, from happening all at the same time? You know, a number of things happening at exactly the same moment. They're in different places. What would limit that from being the case?" And can't get an answer on that. That's
No.
satisfactory anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
The other thing I just want to add on is I do find it interesting, all of these first cause arguments. It used to be so much kalam, and I feel like, especially here and a lot of online apologetics, it's all converging into the contingency argument. That's like the hot thing.
Yeah, well, contingency. I think I've seen yeah, Kalam and contingency arguments are, I mean, like they're kind of easy to like refute, like because you can easily accept the Kalam without like granting too much, because the Kalam doesn't like explicitly mention any like mind or agency behind the first cause.
Exactly.
So it wouldn't even be like hurting your position fundamentally. Now, if we're going to talk about like the contingency argument, that gets us into like the whole. I mean, you guys know like the whole. What would you say? Like the problem of what is it? The division.
Problem of
what
evil.
is it? No, it's
Really?
I forgot the fallacy. It's the the fallacy of composition.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So like just because we were to say that the universe or everything within the universe is contingent, that doesn't mean that the universe is contingent. It would follow from something like that, but
one of the problems I have with the Quran, like the way it's more about the way people present it, is they'll say, okay, the first premise, I'll say, I don't accept that. They said, okay, but we need to talk about the second premise. I said, no, we don't. If at any point you come across a premise when there's multiple premises together there in a syllogism or whatever, and you reject any one of them, then that's the stopping point there. The whole thing's done.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, yeah, you would have to then provide, what would you say, like an alternative to the premise.
You're going to have to come back with a new set of premises, is what it boils down to, because the conclusion depends on all the premises being satisfied.
Mm-hmm. Hey, by the way, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm seeing the guy that I was working with in the chat. He said he waited to be invited in the call, and it seems like he's running away a bit. But
oh yeah, well, stuff happens. But hey, thanks for coming on. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me on. Yeah, it was a treat. Yeah.
Yeah, it's, we appreciate everybody who tunes into this. It's great, including you. Thank you.
Yeah, take care, guys.
Have a good one, bud.
So, just one quick thing. I guess we're going to bring Daz up next. I just wanted to say the statistics for the poll that I put earlier. What is more reliable is empirical evidence is at 62%, logical evidence is 5%, both empirical and logical is 25%, and other is 8%. So that poll is being ended now in YouTube with our YouTube audience. So thank you for everybody for engaging in that. Shall we bring up Daz next? Or where did Daz disappear?
He's in the queue. I'm sorry, he's in the stage.
Hey, Daz, 316. I was looking down below. I didn't see you up here. So,
Hi, can you hear me?
Welcome. You had a question for Amy. Thank you for joining us, and welcome.
Thank you, Amy, for your kind words earlier with the pass on my dog. You can hear me, yeah?
Yes, I can, and absolutely.
A question I have with the pass on my dog and with the inevitable passing of a friend. And I said to you earlier about how do I find peace. I can't understand how Christians or any religion can make it right. I know I've got to go through mourning and I'm still dealing with the pain with the loss of my dog that I had for 14 and a half years.
I'm so sorry.
The question is, how do you deal with that without religion, and how do you move forward?
So that is not only a good question, but an important question. I could share for you. It's an extremely personal question for me because I have actually recently lost a dog myself, and it was one of the hardest experiences that I think that I have ever gone through. However, what I could share to you and what I could say is that number one, we need to honor their memories. We need to remember that we gave them the best lives, hopefully, because then I can feel it already just talking to you that we possibly can. And I think knowing that not only did we give them the best life, but we try to honor their life right now. And I think that grieving, as I said, I'll say it one more time because it's grieving is unfortunately the price we pay for love, and that doesn't really make it any better. I would actually say that's the most painful part. And I would say that we have to come together as a community because we are the skeptic community. I like to think of us as atheists, agnostics, but even the pagans and just the spirituals. I think that the healthy way to grieve is that we actually come together and do better because of who they were, knowing
Yeah.
that they probably made us better as human beings.
My friend, he's a Christian. He's laying on, which is a hospice, deathbed, and he's saying, "I'm okay because I have Jesus. I have the love of Jesus in my heart, and I'm gonna reunite with my family." And I would ask this question with any Christian that is able to talk to me now. How? I'm an atheist. I don't believe there is a God, but I sit by his bedside and hold his hand and I ask him, I say, "You believe in what you believe." And I wouldn't take that away from him for 1 second. I don't know.
You're a good friend.
I wouldn't tell him.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't tell him there ain't a
No,
God.
no,
There
no.
isn't Jesus. I would
Because
never do
and
that.
I agree with you on I don't think that would actually help. What,
Mm,
when we're in, our daily life, I think especially when we're in our debate community, and sometimes it's just, atheists, agnostics, as science-minded people, we like to debate. But I
mm,
also think that we understand that sometimes it's not about debating, it is about
mm,
feeling. It is about having that human connection.
mm.
And I think that the most important thing that you can do for him is
I love
to
him to bits, as a friend.
see.
And I'd always do the best for him. Um, if he believes, then I'm not going to take that away from his belief. I don't personally agree with that, but I'm never going to take it away from him. You know, um, that's the right thing to do. Yeah.
That is the wrong thing to do at this point because really what we should just be trying to focus on is his quality of life and connections and
Yeah, that's what I
your
said. That's what I said. I'm not taking away his belief. from him. Mm. I'm not taking away his belief. What I said was I want him to believe if that's what he want to do.
You're not there to tear down your friend. You're there to support him. And
Yeah, I am. And
this
yeah.
this is obviously what he wants. So I
Mm.
think what you're doing is the most compassionate and wonderful and loving thing you can do, and that's beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Really, I just want to say it really is just amazing what you're doing. And I think that the best thing that you can do is to continue doing what you're doing, which is be by his side.
On
And
behalf,
it's tough. Yeah.
on behalf of this whole show, I would just offer condolences to you for what's going to happen to your friend, and we hope everything goes the best it possibly can for everybody involved.
What Randolph
Yeah.
said.
Thank you. Thank you.
And so I just want to, I guess, come out the other side of it in that this is probably the number one hardest thing that we have to deal with as non-believers. I think that death and the entire subject of mourning and grieving is probably one of the hardest things we have to do as as humans. For a final point on your your dog, I think that the hardest thing with um, with them is I always say that a father and mother should never bury a
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
child.
Amy,
Oh,
one
yes.
thing I'd like to add. My mother is 81 years old. I'm living with her and caring for her. And I've got to be realistic. She's not going to live forever. The one thing I'd like to say to everyone who's listening, not just Amy, but everyone, a friend of mine 20 years ago said to me once, he said, "Do you think you'd know you're dead?" And I said to him, "Well, if you thought you were dead, you're actually living. If you thought you were dead, you're not dead." Um,
That's
and
true.
that's the comfort I get from everything. If you're dead, you're dead. But if you can think you're dead, I'll tell you what, you're probably in a coma, mate. And that's what I said to him. I said, if your last thought is you're being run over by a truck and you think you're dead, you're not dead. Because if you're thinking, you're still alive. And my comfort is my little boy, my dog, doesn't know he's dead because you can't think. Because if they think you're dead, you're not dead. Your thoughts on that? For any Christians out there, I'd like that thought as well to be put out there. Don't know.
But I I agree. I I the other point I also wanted to just add on to what you just said is that it's hard enough to grieve. I think one of the dangers of religion is that it makes us grieve possibly twice.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you are given this reality that there is some sort of judgment system, and
Mm-hmm.
then through either debate, discussion, or dialogue, you come to the realization that that's not true, in my opinion, it could make it as worse or even more so, because it was almost like you had this guarantee of something and now you feel like it has been taken away. And I feel
Yeah.
like that I wouldn't want to have that type of grieving
Mhm.
process either.
No. The best thing about life is when it's over, it is over. Um, there ain't another. Do you know what I mean? There is no afterlife. There is
Indeed.
no, absolutely. You make the most of what you have and what you've got, and you do the best you can. And that's the way I live. Um, that's why my dog lived. My dog is now buried in my back garden. He knows nothing about that. All he can't remember because he's not alive. And that will be the same for me when I go, you know. And for all these Christians, whatever religion, thinking there's an afterlife, I don't know. There isn't. Make the most of what you got now. Live your life to the full. And I'm 56 years old. Bit overweight, but now, after my dog passing, I'm living my life to the full because that's the one you got, and that's what you do. And thank you very much, Amy, for your comments earlier. And thank you very much for everybody who's listened, for hearing me pull my heart out. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for telling us your story.
Condolences to you for losing your family member, your dog, as well. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Do I hang up or do you cut me off? I don't know what happened.
Have a great
It's better if
Thank
you
you
do
for coming
because
up. We appreciate you coming up. Have a wonderful
it
day.
doesn't make us. We don't feel bad if you've done it.
It's usually easier
But-
for him if I move him to the audience, so he's probably waiting for that.
Can I just say one last word? Because
Yes, please.
it really is one of the hardest things that we deal with is grieving, because I think that in our culture it didn't always used to be that way, but at least within the Abrahamic ones, they are very big on an afterlife, and I think that it is important that we come together and support our brothers and sisters who are going through the grieving process. And I just want to thank you one more time, Daz. The thing that I focus on, I'll repeat it because it really is, it is my mantra. We gave them truly the best lives that they could have had. And so I wouldn't have done it any other way, because, you know, that was the joy that filled their heart and filled our hearts. And one more just on your friend, it is amazing what you are doing. And I think that is the thing that we can do, because we can pray in solace. I don't really believe in prayer. We can support and trust in science, but the only thing we can normally do as lay individuals, as friends and loved ones, is be a friend and a loved one. And so thank you, Daz, for doing both of those.
Muffin, welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Thanks for having me. I'm doing pretty good. So, as I was listening on Daz, I don't necessarily disagree, but also I think everyone's entitled to their own opinion. That goes for everyone here. I think everyone has their own opinion, and if you want to believe, that there's not a God, that's perfectly fine with me. It doesn't hurt me or help me in any way. You know what I'm saying? So basically, the reason I raised my hand was because I wanted your opinion, okay? Because everyone has them. On so I'm not a big I don't go to church every Sunday, but I do believe in God. Okay, um, I've dwindled on how many there were and how unjust they were, or if there was one, and I've lost loved ones. Not been too big on mourning, regardless of how much I loved them, because my church that I go to, I'm not a Christian, I'm not a Baptist, we were called Mormons, but our religion is no longer called Mormons. We're called Latter-day Saints. It's the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and so we believe in Latter-day, like prophets are still on this earth. Okay, so we have Latter Day Prophets, modern day prophets that we believe are chosen by God Himself or through by the many plentiful, by the members of our church. That not necessarily on based on what they've done, but based on through we have.
May I please interrupt you? I just have to ask because we're
Yep.
talking about prophets, and so you are a member of the LDS Church.
Yes, I'm currently a member.
So can I ask, do you believe there was a prophet that looked into a hat and had the revelation of seer stones?
No, I don't believe that at all.
All right, go through it to me. How did Joseph Smith come to obtain the holy texts?
So you're caught up on it. You know about my religion. Okay. Okay. Joseph Smith. So it's said that the Holy Spirit of I can't remember his name. Like I said, I'm not a everyday goer. It's said that the Holy Spirit came to him when he was in his when he was sleeping, come to him and told him about where the golden plates were, and that he needed to, I guess, read them and translate them into what we call the Book of Mormon. But besides that, I just before we get on that topic, I wanna ask you guys something. Okay, so he was talking about his dog and how he knew that his dog believed the same way he did. Okay, I do disagree with that.
No, I don't think he was talking about his dog. His dog, I believe, has already passed away. Maybe Amy can correct me if I'm wrong. And he was consoling another friend of his who's on his deathbed. And his friend believes in Jesus, and he's trying to make sure his friend is as comfortable as possible.
Yeah, both what Randolph said is true, and now I looked it up to confirm because I thought it is the Angel Moroni.
Yeah, Angel Morona. Thank you. Like I said, I don't go to church every day or every Sunday. I've been a little negligent on going, just because I've had my doubts. Everyone does, There for a while, I didn't believe there was a God. Just kind of. I think now more than ever, I need a God. I think personally, I need. I think everyone needs that something to keep them going, and I it's I think about it like this: if there isn't a God, then why am I here? And it's not to enjoy life, because this life isn't nothing enjoyable. There's nothing about it that's enjoyable. You can try to find things that are enjoyable about it, or making new friends, or trying new food. It's just in the end of it, it's not enjoyable because it's short. Does that make sense? And so the way that I believe is, okay, that once I die, like he said, I'm not gonna know that I'm dead, okay? But I also don't want to know that I'm dead. I could be dead now, and I not know, because I disagree with him saying, well, if you think you're dead, then you're probably not dead. Okay, well, we don't know what our brain was thinking at a certain time. When we die, our brain plays back on our memories, on what we were thinking, and if you're a person that does think, oh, what if I am dead all the time? Then, I mean, you could be dead and you not know it. I mean, am I wrong?
Well, I would say that worldview comes if you believe that the mind and consciousness come from a physical brain, which I think many, at least agnostic, atheists, and skeptics do. And so I think that the afterlife is built into a lot of these Abrahamic religions, and so it almost is kind of what we're talking about, which is this notion that you believe that you are going somewhere. I would also comment that I understand the point for needing purpose. Is one of the things I did want to say before, which is I just think humans often need a purpose, but it doesn't have to be a higher power. It can just be, getting an iguana or like coaching a team. Um, and it's true that life is short, but we actually live at least 2 to 3 times longer than we did in ancient times. And, you know, we should at least maybe just think of that as it being more precious. I think it takes us a few years to realize how precious time is. But yeah.
Okay, so I do agree with that. We do live a lot longer than what we used to. They were also in like medieval times where there wasn't laws, there wasn't a government, like there wasn't a standard baseline to what we're not supposed to do. So like people fought to survive pretty much. Um, and so the reason I think there's a God is because we don't have to do that anymore. If there wasn't a God to, I mean, humans are advanced, sure, but there's certain things we can't do. And there's certain things that luck just doesn't like you. I know the atheists believe that the Big Bang happened, but so my
Some
thing,
atheists, many atheists, not all. That's not part of being an atheist. It's part of
Science
being a
belief.
scientist. Yeah, it's a scientific viewpoint.
okay, but do you believe?
Actually, there's a different line of thought that I'm like. So with the universe, yeah, there could have been the scientific explanation seems more likely to me, so I tend to lean heavily toward it. But I do like the idea of multiple Big Bangs, which I believe Penrose and Hawking updated the theory of the Big Bang to support that to be consistent with quantum physics. So multiple Big Bangs happened and created the universe that we know, which would kind of explain, I think, why we've got galaxies running toward each other. Perhaps it could help to explain that instead of everything just going away just away from each other. So there are considerations like that that I bring into it. So I think it's more likely that there's multiple Big Bangs instead of just one. However, I also recognize that we don't know for certain that this is actually the case. So there are reasons for that. So I can't say that I'm 100% behind it, but again, I lean heavily toward it. I'm not a scientist, and so for me to make a definitive judgment on that, I just don't have the proper training to do that. So as far as the cosmos is concerned, are we the only universe in the cosmos? Are there multiple? I don't know the answer to that. I don't think anybody does, although there's lots of people with lots of ideas about that. Where did the cosmos come from? I consider possibly, like one possibility I could consider is that that makes a lot of sense to me is it's eternal. It always has been. And it's just all that ever will be, to kind of paraphrase Carl Sagan in his original Cosmos series. The other possibility is if the cosmos did kind of erupt. What it would have erupted from, I think, would likely be absolutely ex nihilo nothing. That means that's different than just the concept of nothing. You've got a vacuum in space and there's nothing there. You still have laws of logic, laws of physics, etc., and laws of entropy, and on it goes. With absolutely nothing, you don't even have any laws like that, laws of nature. So that would mean, logically, as strange as that sounds, that perhaps anything could erupt from absolutely nothing. Would it be stable? Would it be unstable? We can't define that. As soon as you define it, it's not absolutely nothing anymore. It's got some characteristic. So that's one thing that I also can't rule out. So I'm looking at universe being eternal versus universe erupting from absolutely nothing. So those are kind of the two, or cosmos, I should say. So I'm cosmos always being eternal, or cosmos erupting from absolutely nothing. Those are the two things that I'm currently wrestling with, so I'm undecided. That's where I'm at.
Okay, so it's like the scientists have told us that our planet, it's like we're like our atmosphere and the way that we live is like so perfect that like if it was like a single like a grain or whatever it's called over of what it is now, that like we wouldn't exist. Our planet would be inhabitable and we wouldn't be able to, sustain life here. So our species would die. Um, Another reason why I think that there's a God is because
Well,
we don't
before you
have
go on to the other
the luck.
reason, can I just say that we actually have some wiggle room within the habitable zone of Earth, and that 3 planets are actually within our sun's habitable zone that life could survive.
And also keep in mind that life will evolve suited for the environment that it's evolving in. The things that can't survive won't survive, and the things that can will. So if we had a drier, hotter, or whatever climate, or we had, instead of clean water, we had all the water everywhere had a certain element in it that would be lethal to humans, perhaps some other life would survive in it and thrive. And then if they came to Earth, they would die. Or if we went to their planet, we would die. That kind of thing. So there's things like that to consider as well.
And we know that for a fact that other things that we are built to evolve, to adapt.
Sure, look at the people who live up high in the Himalayan mountains. When people from the closer to sea level climb up there, they find it difficult to breathe because the air's thinner. But the people up there, they have no problem because they've adapted to that and adapted over time. There are evolutionary processes involved in that, is my understanding. Maybe Amy knows a bit more about this than I do.
Say that one more time, Randolph.
The people living high up on the Himalayan mountains are living in an environment with thinner oxygen, or thinner air. So when people from city dwellers near the water surface go up into the Himalayan mountains, it can be a little bit more difficult for us to breathe because we're more used to air that's not so thin. And so, but the people who grown up there and lived up there after generation are having no problem up there because they've adapted to it and they live up there. I don't know if there's an evolutionary explanation for it or if this is just adaptation. I was hoping you knew a little bit more about this part.
Absolutely. So something like that. Not only are we used to the environment that we in, but we can see this in different examples. You could ask, how can other animals drink water that to us looks so filled with bacteria or disgusting? And it's because from birth, they have been taking in a good amount of that type of water and the environment, the bacteria biome that it has, and they are used to it. The same would be true when we have different environmental pressures.
Okay. So you said there were also 3 other planets in our solar system, or you said closest to our sun, that
Yes,
are inhabitable?
or would be habitable. That would be Venus, Mars, and Earth.
I don't know if that you may know that for a fact. I don't know. That just seems kind of wild because like you see like people talking about, well, if our planet was to run out of a certain resource, where could we live? And they're talking about Mars. They don't talk about Venus. They don't talk about any other planet besides Mars because it is the closest resemblance to Earth.
Well, like Mars because it's fairly close. It also, once again, it's one of the ones in the habitable zone. we think that life may have existed, or even spicier, life could still be somewhere there. We just haven't found it underground or in a pool that we haven't yet discovered. But it has lost a lot of its environment. It's lost not its environment, its atmosphere, to be even more specific. And so it may have had life that has been killed out on the surface. But yes, that's why we want to head there, because maybe we could do something. Maybe we could throw off a bomb, or very specifically a few atom bombs, and cause it to warm up again. There's a bunch of ways you can maybe terraform it, but
The proximity is also appealing with Mars compared to the others as well, right?
indeed, it's our closest one.
Yeah, so less fuel to get there and back.
Do you think we would need to go to a different planet to survive? I mean, soon?
Carl Sagan actually promoted the idea that we need to be able to become a spacefaring civilization for the longevity of the human species. We are filling up this planet, and it would be good to have a backup plan just in case something happens, or some crazy person in power ignites some nuclear weapons. Ignite's probably not the right word, but that causes the major problem. All our eggs are in one basket right now.
Does it concern you that we're trying to discover space before our own planet?
No, I think a lot of work is underway discovering our own planet. There's doing just one thing after another sequentially may seem appealing to somebody who wants to see things in a simplistic way, but the reality is multiple things happen at the same time. So you can have a much larger effort going on exploring our own planet, which is what's going on, and a much smaller contingent exploring space. What's different about this is that the space exploration is sexier, so it gets a lot more media attention. So it looks like a lot more is going on there.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. But it's worth it to do space travel, even while we're working on this planet. I don't think that, you know, Mars is an alternative quite to Earth, but we should, as Randolph said, we need to start going further than low Earth orbit. We need to eventually become a spacefaring civilization, a species.
So it's said that we have discovered 5% of our ocean. They said they went down and like discovered some of it, and then they haven't really touched it since. That's what I've done research on it myself.
But with James
And
Cameron, it's now 6%.
oh,
Yeah.
6%. Well, that 1% is it's actually a lot. So it's just why haven't we really touched our ocean? You know, do you guys know?
The deeper we go, the more difficult it is.
Well, I understand that.
There's a planet somewhere in our galaxy that is comprised of water, and it is solid in the core, not because of temperature, but because of the weight. So the all the molecules are crushed so close together that it's not in liquid form anymore. That's an interesting discovery about science, and we'll probably see similar stuff as we dig deeper and deeper on our own planet. So that's the challenge. How do we get deeper and deeper? Because as soon as we dig a hole, it gets filled in, and bringing equipment down there, it's harder and harder to do it because the equipment has to be stronger and stronger to withstand the pressures and the forces as we go deeper.
So is the pressure in space stronger than what's in the ocean?
Space is mostly perceived as a vacuum. There are gravitational forces, though, and there are other dangers out there too, such as stray molecules and radiation and things like that. It's a stray molecule can penetrate a space vessel and cause a leak, and there's all kinds of different damage and problems that can occur. So this is other stuff that we need to work on. But an important nuance is that the more we understand about Earth, the easier it will be for us to understand what's going on with the other planets as well. So the exploration of Earth is still very important. NASA has a big section that studies weather, for example.
So you believe that we should study our planet before trying to go to a different planet?
Well, I think we should continue the studies that we're doing here and also do the other. I think we should do them in parallel as much as we possibly can. It's going to be a while. I'd be surprised if we see in our lifetime the ability for the average consumer to be able to go out in space. I would love to see a Star Trek future with the nice trimmings of at least the Star Trek Next Generation. I don't want it to look like a submarine in the first series because that's very harsh. What do you think?
What do I think? Okay, I think that whenever they went down to discover our ocean, I think they seen something, and that's why they weren't really touched it, because they got scared. And as soon as they started discovering the ocean, they wanted to get off planet, and that scares me because our government. I mean, it's not going to tell the public everything. It's not going to tell people, things that are disastrous, like such as
Can I just interrupt you
creatures.
for a second?
Yeah.
Are you telling us that you think it's a monster?
There's no such thing as a monster.
Okay, what do you think it is?
You haven't watched much politics, have you?
I believe that it's sea life that has probably scared the shit out of us. Excuse my language.
Sea life like a giant shark?
I mean, it's very possible. I mean, there are modern day dinosaurs, crocodiles, alligators. I mean, there's prehistoric animals.
Chicken nuggets.
Chicken nuggets. I mean, what do you believe? Do you not believe that there's, I mean, like you said, we can adapt, right? So can creatures. Whenever the meteor came and destroyed and killed most of the dinosaurs off, what was left in the ocean to go down so far to survive it, to adapt? I mean, there's millions of possibilities that there could be life down there that we would want to run away from.
Sure, I guess it gets harder and harder under pressure, but I mean, I would be open to that. I just don't know if our government is afraid of anything down there that I know of so far.
Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't tell you, of course, because then you would be afraid.
It also sounds like a good Hollywood movie.
It does, doesn't it? I wish they'd make another Megalodon.
I wasn't gonna say the Meg. That was actually what I was gonna ask. Do you believe in the Meg? But
I mean, on a scientific stance, yeah, I do. I mean, it's an apex predator. Okay, so I mean, they've put trackers in sharks, and
absolutely.
I've seen documentaries of them like putting trackers in different animals, and sharks are the apex. Orcas and sharks, they are the apex of the ocean right now. They kind of rule it. They're like the lions in the jungle. They're the kings of it. Okay, so what could eat a great white shark, pull it tens of thousands of meters underwater, and then it just suddenly come up a week later, just the tracker itself?
A whale shark.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. There's multiple possibilities.
Of course, yeah, that's not the only one. But
they tracked the projectile, the speed it was going. Like it was. I mean, as soon as it grabbed it, it just sunk. You know what I'm saying? It could have got caught on something like a ship sinking, or it could have been anything.
Could have been a giant octopus. Octopus are very smart.
Yeah, they are. They are. So like, that's another thing. A kraken. What about a kraken down there? You know, like
Have you seen the movie Lavalantula with Steve Guttenberg, the guy who was a star in Police Academy?
I haven't.
They've got giant spiders running around that they have to destroy. It's
Wait,
hilarious.
I'm pretty sure. Wait, giant spiders. Uh, are they in like a train tunnel in the movie?
I don't remember. I didn't see the whole movie. I saw most of it one night, and I thought, wow, Steve Guttenberg looks so different from when he was in Police Academy. But it was interesting. These giant spiders running around and lava everywhere, and boy, yeah. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to digress. I guess the thing about what's developing in the ocean, there seems to be a lot more variety in the shapes of things than on Earth, up above ground. I mean, because the ocean's on Earth as well. So I guess being immersed in the water really leads for a lot more evolutionary possibilities. The things that can survive, there's a lot more options depending on food sources, of course. So yeah, there could be stuff down there, but I think like in the history when people have discovered major things. Usually people talk about it. You know, it's like the saying goes, if there's actually aliens in Roswell Area 51, then we'd know for sure because Donald Trump wouldn't be able to stop talking about them. I don't know. The idea that scientists are all working together to keep something secret and under wraps just doesn't seem to me something that's realistic. First of all, most people who are in scientific fields want things to be open and transparent. So there's a much stronger demand for that. And then, of course, if they see something, it's what they're going to go with, right? So. I hope we've answered your questions, Muffin. Or was there a little bit more you wanted to try to cover?
No, you're good. You're good. I had a lot of fun talking to you guys. This was amazing. Thanks for everyone that's listening. I just had a lot of theories that I wanted to put out there, and I
Well,
hope y'all have a good rest of your day and a good rest of your life.
You
Happy
too,
New
Muffin.
Happy New Year
Yeah.
to you, and feel free to come back again. We can try to cover one topic at a time.
Yeah, I'll do a little more research before I come back. I wanted to know your opinion on it first before I brought the information. You know.
Look also into the construction of oil rigs because that'll give you some perspective on how heavy the water is down at the bottom versus the top.
Oh yeah, I have actually done some research on oil rigs, and the pressure is actually like I know the pressure of how bad it gets the deeper it goes. You know, I know about that. It's just and one more thing before I go. Do you believe in mermaids? Is it yes or no?
No, but it'd be kind of interesting if they're real. Like one of the questions that comes up is how do they procreate?
Very specifically, I only believe in Merman from the movie Cabin on the Woods.
Oh, that is amazing. That's amazing. Oh,
What about you? What about you?
Well, based on what you said about evolution and we can adapt things, I mean, it's a possibility that there are humanoid creatures in the ocean. I mean, maybe a lost tribe or, a lost species like ours or maybe some alien creature. There's millions of possibilities. I don't know.
That is a reasonable consideration, and I'll tell you why. If you've ever seen the X-ray of a whale, you look at its fins. It looks very much like a human hand's bone structure.
It's true. Well, that's all I have to say. You guys have a great rest of your day.
Happy New Year. Take care.
Happy New Year. See you.
Gavatron, welcome. How are you today?
I'm good. I don't know if it's because I'm a mod, but I got the option to get it, but there was also options for other people. I can move other people to the stage too.
Yeah, it must be that you're a moderator. Yeah, we normally try to run this ourselves. I was going to ask if maybe
Yeah.
Tictok put you up, but okay, thanks for letting us know. But no, we appreciate the respect. Thank you.
I can go back to raising my hand, and then you guys can pick me if you want.
You're already up here. Let's take care of that. Then we'll bring in the person with the penguin picture after you.
Okay. So it's about morality. So like for like this the thing I'm about to say, we're gonna have to like assume, like, just hypothetically, let's assume that God exists. Okay, so it says, how do you guys feel about the claim that if God exists, then we have a firm foundation of morality, and that morality is objective if this is true? This can be justified by saying that God created all things and is so divine they should never be wrong. Also, that God is a competent judge. That God by nature is intrinsically good, loving, generous, compassionate, etc. So that's like a lot of dogmas in one. But like what do you guys think about like that? Like this claim that morality is objective if God exists, and that moral values, moral duties, and values come from God and they're objective if God exists.
I would flat out reject that because it depends on the God. They always just assume that it's going to be their very specific God that they seem to define as the only definition that can exist, and they generally throw out every other type of God so that this definition can exist. Like, it's just odd that the God is compassionate. Yet, if you actually crack open like the text and you read like the Noah story, it says drowned babies. And so, yeah.
Yeah, it would depend on the God. I guess like we could make like we could get like super specific with like the hypothetical. Let's say that God exists and that it's specifically the Christian God. Like, so all the dogmas onto the Christian God. And like all of those are true. Like, so let's just say that like God is actually compassionate and all these things, I guess. Well, he doesn't necessarily have to be compassionate, but it could just be like the Christian God. The claims of compassionism is like kind of like ascribed to him a little bit. Um, but like, let's say like the Christian God existed and like actually existed. Like, what would you think of would be the source of morality? Like, would it come from God?
Does it have all of the omnis? Does it have. I mean, I don't view creating something as a moral factor. Saying that I am your creator doesn't generally seem to play into morality.
Yeah, yeah, because like there's a thought of because by the way, I don't agree with like the question that I asked. Just like want to like, do a thought experiment. Like you have to accept so many dogmas alongside like the religion, like for it to work. Like you have to accept that. You have to include like exactly what you just said. You have to include that creation accounts of creation, and the advent of that warrants you loving God. And also you have to that competent judge thing that I said in there. You have to think that God is a competent judge in the first place. Like you have to think that something above you. I don't know if I'm using this word teleologically. You have to think that that is like a good thing. Like something like above and above is like good. Like you have to do a lot of work on your end.
Because I don't view their God as a just God, and so we ultimately get into arguments on what is moral to begin with.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen this was a long time ago, but it was like Sam Harris and William Lane Craig, and he kept on saying over and over again that if God exists, then we have a firm foundation of morals, and that on the atheistic view, there is no firm there is no firm like backing behind morals. So therefore, like the theistic view is more stable because, but yeah, you have to accept a lot of the dogmas though. Like the argument,
because although true that atheism doesn't come with any moral system, and I know there's been atheists that have tried to add things before, but ultimately it's just that an answer to a single question. And so we have to go out and we have to think about morality ourselves, and we have to come up with a moral system, whether that's someone else's or our own. It has to be something else.
yeah. I think there's other parts of this, but I don't want to take up too much time because I know I kind of like invited myself a little bit. I didn't know what I was doing though. Like I thought I was invited. Like I thought it was manually.
Discord doesn't make it obvious. I understand.
Yeah. Like it's also weird because like I don't know how familiar you guys are with like Sam Harris, but like he makes like claims about like he'll say things like, it's really bad if you get your hand cut off, and he was like, oh, that was bad, and then he like tries to make like this like comparison with like morals, but like I feel like the only like good critique of Craig when he was debating Harris, he said that his so-called moral landscape isn't really a moral landscape at all. Like he's not really making an ethical claim. He's just making like sort of like an intersubjective like claims. Like, but yeah.
Well, I guess I understand, Craig's critique, but I would still, because I'm a fan of Sam, even though sometimes, we just, but I think that it is a landscape in that it's a spectrum.
Yeah.
It is, we have good, we have evil, and unfortunately, because there is no moral arbiter, there's going to be a lot more gray. I think there's going to be, in almost every situation, 99.9% of situations, it's going to be immoral to go around cutting people's heads off randomly. I think that's also the example that he gives. And yet, stealing a loaf of bread because your family was hungry probably comes down on that spectrum to something where we may almost be able to make a moral case for doing that action. And so it becomes tricky because what I believe theists want to do, they say, look, wouldn't it be so easy if we could just have this moral arbiter, if it could just be from this one dude? I think that unfortunately isn't that easy. I think that we actually have to get into the weeds and figure out why things are moral to begin with.
Yeah, that's interesting why things are moral to begin with. That's interesting.
One of the things you have to be careful of with people like Dr. William Lane Craig is that a lot of the time his arguments, he's very sneaky about the way he'll restate what his interlocutors have said, and he'll switch a few words around that sound like they're synonymous, and they're mostly synonymous, but they're not exactly. And then he's able to twist the meanings so that he can use a different argument. It's kind of a partial straw man that he creates, and he's very skillful at it. In his older years now, he's a little bit more obvious about it, but in his earlier times, he's a lot more subtle. So do watch out for that when you see him debating with other people.
Yeah, and I think that like when Sam tries to say that objective morality in some form does exist, like I don't think that that's like possible. Like we could say like subjectively as a general proposition that cutting the heads off of like a baby is bad, subjectively bad. I'm not saying that it's bad, not bad. I think it's bad. But like one of the critiques of like Craig, he'll say things like, "Oh, you can't make a society based on atheism because there's no clear moral foundation to ethics." But like that hasn't stopped. Well, he's living in like imaginary world because that hasn't stopped like America or the West or like other countries.
But can I also say why that is, not saying you're saying it, but why I think that's an unfair critique from him? Because although they are pushing forward that their system is objective, that look, you can't say that there's a floating law out there going wum, don't kill babies.
Yeah.
That may be true. However, when we actually put their objective morality to the test, it becomes very subjective. I go back to Noah drowning babies. What we end up getting is now we have to have apologetics for why it looks like God is doing very evil, human, subjective things. You just don't understand it. He's playing 4D chess, and although the babies were innocent and had free will and all the things that I was really trying to sell you on like 5 seconds ago, that all has to be washed away because we need to start over the new world.
Yeah. I feel like I'd say like my last thing I want to say before like you're gonna just let someone else on is like Craig says that under atheism or under if we didn't have if morality doesn't come from God, then we wouldn't be able to have like a firm foundation to like say that things are truly bad. But this isn't even true because like what society has ended up like this? Like most societies in the world have laws like in most countries, if you kill a baby, you go to jail. That doesn't stop a society creating a society in which we can say we can make subjective claims about morality and still be quote unquote right in subjectively thinking that you want to do like make those laws. But like his claim that like you can't, it's not truly bad, I guess. That, but like you can still make laws on top of it. So it's not like it's like a lawless society. Morality is subjective, so we simply just can't convict murderers. We simply can't convict rapists. We can't do that because morality is subjective. But like that has never happened.
See, but they won't grant us 99.9% of the times. When we have to be intellectually honest, they want 100. It is a purity test. They want 100. They say if it's not 100% of the time, that it's not this moral arbiter that we can use. But that's not wrong. That's not how things work in the real world. Generally speaking, we do not go around just cutting people's head off. We don't violate their bodily autonomy, the things that work as social creatures.
Yeah.
That actually what you raised, Gavatron, is a really good example of how William Lane Craig builds straw men, and like he's taking something to a ridiculous extreme. It's beyond absurd. Christopher Hitchens was quite skillful at this, but he didn't quite go overboard the way that William Lane Craig does. And like one of the things I dislike about Craig is that when he mentions atheism, like almost every time, then he's got this smirk and he's got this in his voice that he just derides it and sees it as just garbage, and it's quite condescending the way he gets into that. Like he looks down on atheism as if it's inferior, and well, atheism isn't meant to be superior or inferior. It's just a classification. We don't believe in your gods or goddesses. That's it. And he tries to draw a lot more in there. Like he'll say, if atheism is true, he's using something from an obscure part of philosophy of religion to say that there's actually a position there. But when it comes down to it, most atheists I know don't hold that position. There's some that do, but most don't. And so that's more of the straw man building through sophistry and all this that he's doing. And he does a real disservice to stigmatizing and vilifying atheism and atheists. And now we see Dr. Peterson doing some of the same stuff too.
Yeah, like social contracts and like these things and laws can still exist, and people can still be revolted from certain actions, even though we have largely like nominally like secular West society. Like these things, like they can still be bad. It's not suddenly where if we have a subjective framework and a normative framework and no source of like divinity, it's not like we are suddenly like incapable of making moral claims and then punishing them. We may feel subjectively right in doing it, but like I'm just like we can still make laws and stuff like that. Like our frameworks don't disappear.
In fact, we do that. So we're way ahead of it. So thank you very much. We are running out of time. Was there a last thing you'd like to say before we move on to the last person?
That's pretty much it.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. It was a pleasure. We hope to see you back here again in the future. Feel free to join anytime.
Hey, thank you.
Full Metal. I see you're here. Thank you for joining us. We have a very limited amount of time, but we'd love to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to just come in and try to debate the existence of Christianity. I have some notes and stuff. So yeah, I'm a little bit nervous because I haven't been on the stage before, but let's get it popping.
Well, welcome.
Yeah,
Why
it's
do you
just
believe that Christianity is true? Oh no, go
I
Randolph.
just want to say it's no need to be nervous. Most of us don't bite. With Amy, I'm not so sure, but she values consent.
That's right.
But what we'll do is we'll let you go ahead with your argument, and then we'll respond. But then, unfortunately, we're going to have to close down, and we'd love to revisit again with you at our next episode. And I'll just give you a note. Look at www.theisthelpline.com. There's an indication there of the schedule. We mostly we're on the first Sunday of every month, and we'd be happy to, when we have a more full panel, respond to your arguments too. But we'll gladly respond now, so you get an idea, and then we can do it again next time.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So I was just gonna say, and I guess I'll end it here too. Like the historical evidence supports the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. And that's like the foundation of Christianity. The Gospels provides accounts of these events. You know, interpretations are varied, of course, but you know, there's scholars who acknowledge the historical context surrounding Jesus, and the consistency of these accounts across multiple sources also adds the credibility to the Christian narrative.
So I would just push back a little bit. I do not believe that there are scholarly sources outside of what I would say the Bible, which I think is the claim itself. And then I would even push back on the New Testament itself. I will continue to say that the first three Gospels were the only ones that said Son of God, and it wasn't until John that he seemed to have become God himself. But I guess, what kind of evidence do you think supports the resurrection?
Sorry, there's kind of a delay.
Oh, good.
Well, I was gonna say like the the Gospels, but if you don't believe in the Gospels, then it's kind of hard to use that as a basis. But non-biblical sources like Josephus, his works, Tacitus makes reference to Jesus, and things of that nature. I didn't want to go on too long because, like you said, you guys have to end it soon. But
But then, and I would also like to know, were they contemporaries of Jesus?
I don't think they were. I didn't get that far. Trying to use ChatGPT to make my arguments as we speak.
Are you really?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you're using AI. What we actually need to do is we need to clarify that we're going to need to ask people to indicate if they're using AI beforehand, just because there are places where that's actually required by law. So we're glad that you mentioned that. Thank you very much. It's okay. We just want to know ahead of time. That's all. So I guess we'll go back and forth another couple of minutes here, and then we'll probably have to close it down. But one thing that I encourage is that people, ChatGPT or other AI technologies are fine for getting rudimentary research done, but do come to your own conclusions.
No, I'm
Double check
literally
things.
using it to create my arguments.
Sorry?
No, I'm literally using it to create all of my arguments.
Oh, okay.
Does ChatGPT believe in God?
Let me ask you real quick. Hold on.
That's why there's a delay. Okay. It gave a diplomatic response, didn't it?
He said yes.
Oh wow. Okay. Interesting. Ask it
He said
why.
yes.
Ask why.
Or which God?
Let me ask why. It says for various reasons, including personal experiences, philosophical reasoning, moral convictions, and cultural religious traditions, combination of faith, personal reflections, and interpretations of the world.
You had personal experiences?
It
I
didn't
guess
say
so.
so. Well, what do you think of that, Full Metal? Do you think that's a reasonable response?
I literally don't know because I'm not really good at thinking that much. Like I don't really have a whole lot of opinions on stuff.
Okay, well, you know what? You can come back in a month and let us know. Maybe put some thought into it and try to figure out if you agree with AI or disagree or just agree with some of its points. We'll be very interested to know.
I mean, I just don't get how you can watch a show like South Park and not believe in God. That's my argument.
I like South Park, and I'm an atheist, and it doesn't compel me to feel like I should believe in God. So this is interesting. I love the South Park mention, though.
Makes me
Yeah,
want to
like
worship
you not see
Matt
Carmen?
McRae.
See Carmen out here?
Oh yeah, and
You
you've
want his
seen
name?
his Faith Plus One album, right?
Faith Plus One? Oh no. Should I ask ChatGPT about that?
Oh
They don't
no!
know.
Go search YouTube for Faith Plus One Eric Cartman, and there's one episode where the kids made a music album, and they did extremely well, making
Oh, I
their.
saw that. I did see that. I didn't know it was called that. I did see that.
That was the name of their album, Faith Plus One. That
Oh
was
my
really
god.
funny. The whole episode was great. So,
I mean, how
when Eric Cartman was saying something about, and he was lying to the clergy there, or the religious people, and then he started saying, "May God strike me down if I'm lying." Butters knows he's lying, so Butters starts moving aside all nervously, and he doesn't get struck down. That to me doesn't seem like something that's going to compel belief. It's going to be putting doubt on it, don't you think?
Oh, well, I didn't think that far ahead, man.
No problem. Well, I guess thank you very much for joining us. Did you want to have a last word for about 30 seconds before we go, or?
So I had a dream, and I was in heaven, and that's my proof.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and we hope you have a great new year, and we look forward to talking with you again next month. It'll be fun to see what ChatGPT can come up for us and to hear your thoughts on things. Hopefully you'll
Yeah,
have looked into some of this.
I'm excited. I'm gonna consult Reddit as well.
That's a good idea. There's an atheism community, and there's also many religious communities. I would suggest looking at both of them to get more of a balanced view.
Yes, sir. Copy and paste. Thank you, guys.
Have a great day. And all right. So that was interesting. What do you think, Amy?
May Chat GPT bless all of you.
Well, yeah. I guess it can since it believes, apparently. That was funny. So, thank you everybody for joining in. We really do appreciate you tuning in and taking an interest in this program. Amy, did you have any final thoughts about today's episode?
Sure, I'll do my normal shilling. You can find my content at youtube.com/Amy Newman with my co-host James W. I do want to thank Randolph, Taco, T-Jump. I do want to thank everyone for coming on and being amazing. And please don't forget to like, follow, subscribe on Randolph and T-Jump's channel.
Okay, and T-Jump seems to be out of commission, so I will give his usual final thought, which is usually potato. I thought today's episode was interesting in different ways. It's a new start of the year. We've gone with a picture theme for our splash art that looks a little bit like It's inspired by the Teletubbies show. I'm sure people recognize that. It was Taco's idea, and I thought, sure, let's see what we can do. But again, there's one thing that really stood out to me was when that Daz 316 fellow came up and asked you, Amy, about dealing with mourning and when his dog had passed away, and a friend who's on his deathbed is kind of believing in Jesus. And I do think that his approach is handling it very, very well. To me, I don't see that as when someone's on their deathbed, I don't see that as an appropriate time to challenge their views. If they bring it up, sure, why not? But if they're not bringing it up, making your friend as comfortable as possible is the way to go. And if that brings them comfort, that's fine. You're not misleading them. They probably already know you don't believe, and they're just delighted that you're there being their friend. And that's the most important thing. How we cope with death is not always the healthiest, but I think that Daz is using a healthy approach. And I was really glad that that question came up. What were your final thoughts? Did you have any perspective to share on that, Amy?
Man, I could not agree more. Uh, Randolph, like I said, I think hell and heaven, the carrot and the stick, are one of the main elements that keep us stuck in religion. I think it's extremely hard to let go of that mechanism that says that we are going to go on to another life and we're going to see all of our loved ones. I think that it is a healthy process to grieve in this one life that we know that we have. I couldn't agree with you more that I think Daz was taking the right approach. I think that compassion is the right emotion that we should be trying to seek. I don't think you'll find anyone else on this panel. Maybe I'll send another love to James W. and all the rest. I don't think you're gonna find much more. However, it's not the appropriate time when someone's on their deathbed to have those. I mean, if they want to, if they come to you and say, "Is God real?" Okay, then maybe have that conversation. But if they are just talking about good times and family and loved ones, then let's talk about good times, family, and loved ones. And so I think, yeah.
And I really like the way you word that. Let's have that conversation, because that's what it should be. It's like that's like still they're saying, does this God exist? Well, I would probably start by saying I'm not convinced. I'm not going to say an absolute no or anything like that. I'm going to say, but what do you think, and engage. And that's, I think, using a gentle approach at this point is probably the best way to start that kind of conversation.
I could not agree more.
Yeah, they're reaching out as they know the end is near. So that's they've chosen you, even if it's just because you're there. They're willing to do this with you. They're sharing the most important point in their life, the very end, and honoring that is I think a mark of a person's good character.
Being there for them when they need you most.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, T-Jump. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And we hope you all have a wonderful 2024. And again, our condolences go out to Daz316.
Goodbye. Mwah.
Bye-bye.